Good evening, everyone. Notice of this meeting stating the date, place, and time has been disseminated as required under the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975. This meeting is now called to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please conduct the prayer and flag salute?
God of the universe, look thou with favor upon these here assembled, and bestow thy guidance upon the members of the governing body in their deliberations. This we ask in thy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we please take a moment of silence in remembrance of the Jersey City victims? Thank you. In the event of an emergency, the proper method of exiting the council chambers is through the 3 doors in the rear of the room. Occupants should proceed down the staircase, out the front door, and move away from the area of the front steps. Any member of the public wishing to speak during the public comment session at the end of the meeting, please sign in on the white sheets provided in the front of the room. We ask you to please turn off all cell phones or place them on vibrate. If you must take a call, please leave the council chambers to do so. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mrs. Ormond.
Here.
Javik.
Here.
Brown. Mohammed.
Present.
Cosby.
Present.
Roman. Strano.
Here.
Blaine.
Here.
Medina. Hickey.
Here.
Mrs. Yemekaitis.
Here.
A quorum exists.
Okay, can we have approval of the regular meeting minutes of November 12th, 2019?
Make a motion for the approval of the regular minutes of the November 12th meeting. Ask for a second.
Second.
Garnett, say second. Say second. Mrs. Ormond.
Yes.
Javik.
Yes.
Mohammed.
Yes.
Cosby.
Yes.
Strano. Yes. Blaine. Yes. Hickey.
Yes.
Mrs. Yemekaitis.
Yes. Is Mr. Urso here? Okay. At this time, we're going to be doing our presentations. I'd like to ask Mr. Carmen Urso to please come forward, as well as Councilwoman Cosby.
Good evening. This resolution is for the 5th Ward Neighbor of the Year, the Good Neighbor of the Year. Thank you very much. This is something that I started about 5 or 6 years ago because I can't do what I do without my neighbors. So Mr. Urso calls me. Before we knew what public service was doing, he called me up. What is this big line? What is this big thing? Is it, they were real concerns, and I appreciate that.
We are too.
I know. So he calls me with any questions, anything that's like a hazard or something that's a quality of life issue in our neighborhood, as do the other neighbors of the year who came before him. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
For helping me do what we do for the 5th Ward. I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas Nelson Mandela once said, "Safety and security don't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investments. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear. And whereas many of our fellow citizens have adopted the philosophy, doing things not for recognition, but as a statement about the type of community they want to live in. And whereas Carmen Urso has been a part of the Linden community since 1943, Carmen attended the original school number 4 on Cranford Avenue, Seoul Junior High, and graduated Linden High School in 1956. He served honorably in the U.S. Navy and retired from the U.S. Postal Service in 1992, right here in Linden. Carmen and his wife have 2 children, 4 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Whereas over the past several years, Carmen has provided support to me, Councilwoman Rashana Cosby, and the residents of the Fifth Ward by reporting quality of life issues, road safety issues, making our neighborhood and the city of Linden a better place for its residents. And whereas Carmen, unselfish actions have made the Fifth Ward a better place, and Councilwoman Rashana Cosby wishes to acknowledge Carmen Urso as a good neighbor, and the mayor and the council of the city of Linden wish to express their heartfelt appreciation for Carmen for his efforts. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Linden that they hereby thank Carmen Urso for his unsolicited efforts that he has made the area safer for no other reason than the desire to have and maintain a safe and clean community, and expressing the city's gratitude for his efforts in making Linden a better place. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the council of the city of Linden, and that copies be presented to Carmen Urso in permanent recognition of the foregoing. And it's going to be approved tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Urso. I'm going to get you a copy that's fixed. So you just take this one. You want to say something? No, thank you. He's not going to say anything.
Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking,
Okay.
thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Here, take this one. I'll get you a good one. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask Master Lizette Matthias to please come forward, as well as our council President Pro Tem, Councilman Strano, to please come down to the floor. I have the privilege of awarding this resolution to Lizette Matthias, who has her business in the 8th Ward. She is an excellent neighbor to the 8th Ward community and the city as well. She has done many things, especially for children with autism, with cyberbullying and things that are going on today. She holds a seminar every year, which she invited the mayor, myself, Councilman Strano in the past to come forward to. So it's important, that's where change will be made with our youth, when they see the importance of this and how destructive things like cyberbullying can be. So Lizette, I'm proud to give this to you. Whereas many of our fellow citizens do things not for recognition, but as a statement about the type of community they want to live in. And whereas when we think of these citizens, one such individual who comes to mind is Miss Lizette Matthias, or Master Matthias, as she is known by many students who attend her martial arts school. And whereas Lizette Matthias opened Dragon Fit Martial Arts located here in Linden in 2013, servicing the community by providing martial arts, after-school programs, and summer camps. One of her most passionate initiatives has been hosting free anti-bullying seminars to the community, which includes all aspects of bullying, including cyberbullying. And whereas, in her spare time, Ms. Matthias holds free fundraisers for our local schools, delivers holiday gifts to our crossing guards, hosts holiday events for children, and she also provides self-defense and anti-bullying seminars. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and the council of the city of Linden, they wish to express their heartfelt appreciation to Lizette Matthias and Dragon Fit Martial Arts for their efforts and commitment to the children and citizens of the city of Linden. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the council of the city of Linden, and a copy be presented to Lizette Matthias in permanent recognition of the foregoing. And signed, Michelle Yamakaitis, Council President, and Derek Armstead, Mayor. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Next, we would like to call up former 8th Ward Interim Councilman Paul Coates.
this time, we'd like to honor Paul for his dedication and the service that he provided in the interim as he was the 8th Ward councilperson. It's honoring Paul Coates, for, like I said, for his dedicated service in interim councilman. Looks like I wrote this. 8th Ward, in the 8th Ward of the city of Linden. So whereas Councilman Paul Coates concluded his services as the interim councilman of the 8th Ward on November 11th of 2019, and whereas Paul Coates, longtime 8th Ward resident, was selected to fill the unexpired term of Councilwoman Michelle Yamakaitis and assume the position of the 8th Ward councilman, and whereas his dedication and commitment has benefited the citizens of the 8th Ward in many ways, has contributed to the efficiency of the operations of the Linden government and to improving the quality of life for all Linden residents, and whereas Paul Coates has discharged his duties with great diligence, compassion, diplomacy, and faithful dedication to all of Linden, and now therefore be it resolved by the mayor, the council of the city of Linden, that Paul Coates be and hereby is thanked and congratulated for his time of service as distinguished public service to the city of Linden, and be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the council of the city of Linden, and that a copy be presented to Paul Coates in recognition of the foregoing. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. Good luck.
Next, we would like to call Mr. Frank Dan, the Director of Community Services, down to the podium. You want these?
I know.
Yeah. I almost want to snatch it out of his hand and said, no, you can't do it.
Frank? Thank you. This is, if anybody's going to present this to you, I'm glad it's me. I sure would like the mayor to be here, but he's at a concert for his child, and children, of course, more important than anything else. But Frank came to the city of Linden as a result of a search that was done by an outside agency, and the only thing I could say is that it was probably 3 or 4 years too late. He should have been here 4 years before, but we were lucky to snatch him from another town. He didn't have to come to Linden. He knew that our ship was listing pretty bad. Our DPW and other departments were, like, used the nautical vernacular, a ship that was listing and with a jammed rudder going around in circles. He said he'd come here, right the ship, set us on a new course, and he's done that. And I, for one, appreciate that, and certainly made a big difference in, I think, the morale and the operations, as everybody can see how wonderful things have become, and the modernization of our DPW. Not to say that the people that there didn't pitch in and help, because they did too, and they're going to carry on. We're going to be in good shape. But at this time, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for the people of my ward and the city of Linden. I'm going to read this resolution. It has a little bit of history in it. It's acknowledging the service of Frank Dan as the Director of Community Affairs to the city of Linden. Whereas, in 2015, the city of Linden retained the services of a consulting firm to conduct an in-depth evaluation of the city of Linden's Department of Public Works. And whereas, in December of 2015, the consulting firm issued a report detailing the conditions at the Department of Public Works and making recommendations as to the structure of the department and similar departmental operations in order to better provide services to the residents of the city of Linden. And whereas the mayor and council, after an in-depth review of the report, created the Department of Community Services, encompassing the divisions of engineering, public works, vehicle maintenance, transportation and parking, and buildings and grounds. And whereas the governing body turned to a consultant to assist in finding a candidate with extensive knowledge, experience, and credentials necessary to implement the changes in the structure and the operations of the new department to have it function in an efficient and productive manner. And Whereas, after an extensive search, the consultant found a candidate whose career is marked by his success as an agent of change to bring about needed improvements to the service provided to the citizens of Linden, Frank Dan, and whereas Frank Dan began his career as a laborer, working his way through the ranks to serve as the Director of Engineering and Public Works for Union County, and successfully the Director of Public Works for 2 municipalities, and as a fleet manager for a regional solid waste recycling service, bringing valuable experience to Linden. And whereas Mr. Dan brought with him the unique distinction of being an outsider, but one who was intimately familiar with the city as a native of Linden who grew up in the community, with his grandfather, Francis H. Dan, having served as the city clerk. And whereas Mr. Dan began his career in Linden on January 1st of 2018 and has implemented many needed improvements as the Director of Community Services to the services provided to the residents of Linden, including the implementation of the transition to automated garbage and recycling pickup system, dramatically reducing costs without diminishing services and improving employee performance. And whereas Frank Dan has submitted his resignation to the mayor in the city of Linden effective January 1st of 2020, now therefore be it resolved by Mayor Derek Armstead and the City Council of the City of Linden that it wishes Frank Dan a long and happy retirement filled with joy, and thank him for the outstanding changes that he has made to the efficient operation to the Department of Community Services. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be entered in full into the minutes of the City Council of the City of Linden, and that a copy be presented to Frank Dan in recognition of the following: passed December 17th, 2019, signed by Council President Michelle Yamakaitis and Mayor Derek Armstead, and attested by Joseph C. Bodick, our city clerk. Thank you again, Frank. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Best of luck, Dan. You want to say anything? or-
Yeah, let me just say a little. It's been an honor to serve in Linden, where I was born and raised, where my father was born and raised, where my grandfather spent 20 years up on this dais. It's been a real honor, and I appreciate all the support I've gotten from the entire city council and Mayor Armstead. I never thought I'd be coming back to the city where I grew up in, but it's been a pleasure, and I'll miss it. So thank you very much for your kindness.
Thank you again for everything. Okay, now we'd like to have a resolution honoring Metro Liquors. Okay, we have some representatives from Metro Liquors here, representing Vinny Patel. Do you want to do this one? Did you do this? Okay, all right. Okay, we have a resolution honoring Metro Liquors for their support and dedication to the Linden community. Whereas volunteer groups and nonprofit organizations working with the city of Linden do so much to help the Linden community that we are all part of by sponsoring many community activities, but they cannot do it alone. And whereas successful members of the business communities have the resources to help by contributing to the common good of the community. And whereas many businesses invest in their community to give back to those that have supported their business. And whereas Metro Liquors and its owner, Vinny Patel, located at 1171-1179 West St. George's Avenue in Linden, is one such business. And whereas Metro Liquors is a constant contributor to many of Linden's cultural and community events, including September to Remember, the Polish Heritage Day, the Latin Heritage Celebration, and the Taste of Linden, to name a few. And whereas the mayor and the council of the city of Linden wishes to recognize the unselfness, giving, and support of the Linden community and its organizations by Metro Liquors and Vinny Patel. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Mayor Derek Armstead and the City Council of the City of Linden does hereby express its thanks and appreciation to Metro Liquors and Vinel Patel for connecting to the Linden community and making it a better place by their constant and unwavering support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the Council of the City of Linden, and that a copy be presented to Vinel Patel in permanent recognition of the foregoing, and is signed Michelle Yamakaitis, Council President, and Derek Armstead, Mayor. Thank you so much. Okay, would you like to say anything?
Thank you. It's our pleasure to support the Linden community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'd like to call up Danuta Lazowska for her commitment to the City of Linden. I've had the pleasure of working with Danuta on not only the Polish Heritage Festival, but she's also the part of the Linden Pulaski Day Parade Committee. Very talented lady, and as many of you who had attended the event for the Polish Heritage, you saw the beautiful displays that she made, and excellent work, Danuta, and we thank you. So, proud to present you with this resolution. Whereas, many of Linden's citizens step up to help the community, not for any recognition to themselves, but to the intangible benefit of giving, connecting, and to their community for the satisfaction of at least trying to make their community a better place. And whereas, Danuta Lazowska is one such individual. And whereas, Danuta Lazowska, when she heard of the City of Linden's effort to hold the first ever Polish Heritage Day, volunteered to serve on the committee organizing the event and became an integral part of the committee. And whereas, through her assistance in helping to organize the Polish Heritage Day event, the event was a huge success, drawing over 2,000 participants. And whereas, Danuta Lazowska is looking forward to continue to assist in helping to move the City of Linden forward. And whereas, the Mayor and the Council of the City of Linden wishes to express their gratefulness to Danuta Lazowska for her help, guidance, and commitment to the Linden and its residents. Now therefore be it resolved by Mayor Derek Armstead and the Council of the City of Linden that they hereby recognize the volunteer efforts of Danuta Lazowska and thank her for her commitment to and support of the Polish Heritage Day and the residents of Linden. And be it therefore further resolved that this resolution be entered into the minutes of the Council of the City of Linden and a copy be presented to Danuta Lazowska in permanent recognition of the foregoing. It's signed Michelle Yamakaitis, Council President, Derek Armstead, Mayor. Thank you so much. Say anything?
Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Yes.
Thank you.
We look forward to working. We've already met for next year, and it's going to be even bigger. So look forward to working with you, Danuta. Okay. Now I would like to call up Mr. Jeff Tandle, the members of the Shade Tree Commission, Councilman Strano, and Mr. Councilman Barry Javik.
Good evening. We are Tree City USA for the 13th year. It's always for the previous year, so this is actually for 2018. We're going to be applying again for this year. And in order to get that, we need to have a Shade Tree Commission. We need to have a tree ordinance, spend $2 per capita on our community forest, and an Arbor Day celebration. I want to thank the mayor, council president, members of the council, past and present. And I'd also like to single out Mr. Javik. He's been our liaison, and he's always very helpful and tenacious in getting us what we need, very cooperative in listening to what we're trying to accomplish within the town. I'd also like to thank the Department of Public Works, particularly Mr. Dan. I'm sorry to hear that he's retiring. Excellent organizer and very knowledgeable about trees. I sat down with him when he first came to the city of Linden and really helped us out. Also supervisors John Ditto, Frank McCucci, and Dave Martins, and a whole bunch of other people at Public Works that you don't see all the time, but are on the tree crew and work very hard. You don't see them when, they're out in the storms and called in the rain and the snow, when trees are damaged. We have a really great crew and people who are really interested in improving the community forest. I also want to thank my Shade Tree Commissioners, Ron Martins, Joe Lindsay. Judy McCarthy could not be here this evening. She was on jury duty and getting back late. And Renee Banks, she's working tonight, unfortunately, but I couldn't do all this without them. They're tremendous, tremendous help. They're all volunteers. You may also see us out, especially Ron, pruning trees. We're trying to prune young trees, so we're working in cooperation with Public Works. And I'd also like to thank the members of the public, because really you support this through your tax dollars. And with that, I'd like to present to Mayor, Council President, and members of council, and most importantly, the members of the public. This is the Tree City USA Award for 2018.
Beautiful. Very nice. Very nice job. Thank you.
And I have a few parting gifts for, I'll pass them out, one for each, so take one and pass them on. And it's,
Yep.
okay, she's gonna, let's,
She's
yeah,
gonna-
let's
let's
get
move
it.
down a little
Okay.
bit.
Should we all move down?
Yeah, we'll move it.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
Jeff. Make sure it's displayed in City Hall.
Jeff?
Thank you. Jeff?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, yep. Okay. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Okay, Councilwoman Ormond? The mayor is, as we mentioned earlier, is at a concert at the present time for his children. He will be coming a little bit later, but we've asked Councilwoman Ormond to present this proclamation.
Good evening. I have a proclamation in honor of Hanukkah. It says, whereas in God we trust has been and continues to be, now more than ever before in these times of uncertainty and in doubt, the motto of our land, our preservation of the concept of religious freedom through our Constitution, laws, and customs. It stands as a beacon of light and hope for the people of all nations throughout the world. And whereas in this land of religious freedom and tolerance, Breves Aram, an organization founded by the Lubavitcher Rabbi for the past 40 years, has been in the forefront of integrating immigrants into the American way of life, as well as the religious, humanitarian, and educational doctrines of the Jewish faith. And whereas it is now the season of the Festival of Lights, known as Hanukkah, a word which envelops the world education in its Hebrew form. And whereas Breves Aram was instrumental in placing over 125 menorahs throughout the state of New Jersey, including county administrative offices, city halls, courthouses, New York and New Jersey crossings, airports, shopping malls, and businesses. And whereas over 25 million individuals had the ability to see and be inspired from the Festival of Lights. And whereas this year marks the 118th anniversary of the birth of the Lubavitcher Rabbi, Rabbi Menachem N. Sneverson, of blessed memory, the visionary force responsible for the massive educational and humanitarian programs around the world. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that Derek Armstead, Mayor of the City of Linden, in the County of Union, and the State of New Jersey, do hereby declare December 23rd, 2019, through April 18th, 2020, corresponding to the Hebrew calendar dates 25 Kislev, 5780, through 24 Nisan, 5780, as 100 Days of Education. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be moving on to ordinances on hearing. Ordinance 6353.
An ordinance authorizing the sale of Lot 11, Block 537, known as 1610 Clinton Street, on the current tax atlas of the City of Linden in the County of Union, not needed for public use, by auction, and establishing a minimum bid price of $90,000 and setting December 27th, 2019 at 11 a.m. as the date and time for said public auction in the council conference room of the City of Linden.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing on ordinance 63-53 and ask that it be passed, and ask for a second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby? Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6354.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance adopting and enacting the revised general ordinances of the City of Linden, 1999, passed November 23rd, 1999, and approved November 24th, 1999, and as amended and supplemented. Be ordained by the Council of the City of Linden, Section 1, that traffic, Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-15, parking by permit only in designated residential areas shall be, and the same is hereby amended as follows. Delete Section 7-15.1, parking decals in its entirety. Add new Section 7-15.1, parking decals.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing on 6354 and to adopt it. Ask for a motion and second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
No.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Yemakaitis? Mrs.
Yes.
Yemakaitis?
Ordinance 6355.
An ordinance authorizing the sale of a portion of Lot 13, Block 580, known as 1601 West Edgar Road, on the current tax atlas of the City of Linden in the County of Union, and not needed for public use, to the New Jersey Department of Transportation for $10,000.
Okay. Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Mrs. Malik, please come up. Please state your name and address for the records.
Virginia Malik, Linden Road. How large is this plot of land? And why I'm asking, because for $10,000, that's kind of like a paltry amount for city property. So are we just kind of giving this to them, or are we getting a fair value for the property?
Mr. Antonelli?
Mrs. Malik, I don't have the side, but it's a very small portion. There's even an issue concerning a right-of-way, so it's not even something that's quantifiable. It's a negligible amount, but obviously it's to assist in the intersection improvement over at Route 1 and 9 and Avenue C.
I mean, small is relative, but is it maybe the size of a city block or size of a
No,
house lot or
it's-
something? I mean, is it,
Can I?
If I were to
Mr.
guess, a couple hundred square feet, nothing
This was for
significant
an
at all.
intersection improvement to go across into the new Walmart. So it's just little pieces of the radiuses on the turns and center islands.
okay, fine, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
Yes, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and to adopt 6355 and ask for a second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6356.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance adopting and enacting the revised general ordinances of the City of Linden, 1999, passed November 23rd, 1999, and approved November 24th, 1999, and as amended and supplemented. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Linden, Section 1, that Chapter 7, Traffic shall be, and the same is hereby amended as follows. Chapter 7, Traffic, 7-33, Handicap Parking Regulations, 7-33.1A, Handicap Parking on Street. Add 817 Lincoln Street, 1 space. Delete 622 East Curtis Street, 1 space.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance?
You have our statement.
Seeing none, can we have a motion, please?
Yes, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close and to adopt 6356 and ask for a second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6357.
Bond ordinance amending bond ordinance number 59-10, finally adopted by the City Council of the City of Linden, New Jersey on March 17, 2015, as amended.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, can we have a motion, please?
Council President, I move to close the public hearing of ordinance number 6357. Move for approval and request a second.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6358.
An ordinance amending Chapter 2-7 entitled Administrative Organization by the City Council of the City of Linden.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard?
Ma'am,
Yes,
there
okay.
was written communication. Comments from Roshana Cosby. In 2012, the governing body changed the ordinance to eliminate the totalitarian rule of the council president, and it had been working well until recently. The attendance of many on some committees is questionable. It seems as if hogging all the committees for themselves has gotten to be overwhelming and unproductive. The overpowering majority of the council has repeatedly denied certain members of the council access to serve on committees and loaded the committees with their allies. The majority serve as chairpersons of all but a few committees and routinely fail to present committee reports to the full governing body and often the public before their initiatives go to a vote. We used to have 4 people allowed on a committee, and that was restricted this year by the Super 6 council members to 3. They further denied others to serve where they have requested and may have a working knowledge of a particular area. Apparently, the powerful ones have grown tired of attending committee meetings and now seek to overload the other council members with committee assignments they no longer find desirable. This reversal of a long-standing process, in my opinion, will see council members who ask for specific assignments to get denied and assigned to committees where they may or may not be best suited. I predict the Super 6 will get few committee assignments but maintain their positions on the highly sought-after committees: Personnel, Finance, Technology, and Recreation. I say, leave it the way it is, let the majority decide. I know that this message is going to be ignored. Nevertheless, it is my right to express my opinion at this hearing. I look forward to seeing what my assignments will be, as I am sure the ordinance will pass with a majority. I will serve to the best of my ability. I pray that whoever is going to give the council president her orders will be fair and equitable in doling out the assignments.
Okay, any other communications?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
Yes, Council President, I'd like to move that the hearing for ordinance number 63-58 be closed, the ordinance adopted, and request a second.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
No.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
No.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6359.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7, Traffic, of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance Adopting and Enacting the Revised General Ordinances of the City of Linden, 1999, passed November 23, 1999, and approved November 24, 1999, and as amended and supplemented, Section 1, that Chapter 7, Traffic, Section 7-10, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets shall be, and the same is hereby amended as follows: 7-10, parking prohibited at all times on certain streets. Add Washington Avenue West Side from a point approximately 232 feet north of the north curb line of East Curtis Street and continuing 16 feet in a northerly direction. Southwood Avenue, the east side from the south curb line of East Edgar Road for a distance of 130 feet to the south.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, can we have a motion, please?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing on 6359, adopted. Ask for a second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemekaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 6360.
An ordinance amending Chapter 4-37 entitled Towing of Unauthorized Vehicles from Private or Quasi-Private Property Within the City by the City Council of the City of Linden.
Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay. Mr. Principato, please come forward. Please state your name and address.
John Principato, 1706 West
Mr.
Oak Road.
Principato, can you please face the dais? You're addressing the council, sir. Mr. Principato.
What exactly is this ordinance about? Can you explain it to me? Because I'm understanding
Mr.
as the
Principato,
council
I ask you
has
to
the
please
right
adhere to
to
our rules of council, address the city
tow
council.
vehicles.
Mr. Principato, you're out
You're
of
out of
order.
order, sir.
Mr. Principato, you're out of order. I'd like the officer to turn the podium back around, please.
It is turned around, his body is just,
Well, Mr. Principato, to address the body, please turn around.
Again, I'm asking exactly what this ordinance says.
Chief Hart?
Council President, if I may,
Yes.
if Mr. Principato's not going to face his body, I don't think this question should be answered.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think it should be answered. Being a taxpayer, paying your salary, sir,
Sir, we're
and
asking
everybody
you to
else's
please give
salary here.
respect. You were called out of order
I'm
once already.
facing not only the
Principato.
public, but I'm facing you too. So if you don't want to answer it, that's your prerogative.
Well, this council or any
Where does it say
department
that I
head is
have to
not
stand on that
obligated-
side of
Sir,
the
hold on,
podium?
sir.
Where does it say that?
Just common
That-
respect, sir.
It's not common respect.
Members
I'm
of
respecting
council-
everybody here by facing everybody.
You're to face the council, Mr. Principato.
How about if I move around in a circle like this and face everyone? Is there something wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Because you're at the podium, and you're to face the council and address the council president with your question.
Okay.
She will then determine if it gets
My
answered.
question is, can you explain this ordinance?
Mr. Principato, I will ask Chief Hart to respond to you, but please give him the courtesy of looking at him. Chief?
Hi, John. The ordinance is reviewed by the traffic commander, John. It sets guidelines for private tows on quasi, or private property or quasi-public property. Really, it's on the guidelines of the Garden State Towing Association and New Jersey State Police. Regulates towing fees of private contractors coming into lots like at a Target or something like that and putting boots on vehicles, regulating their fees so they don't gouge customers that are on these lots. Again, verbatim, I can't give you verbatim what's in the statute, I don't have it in front of me, but it was reviewed by the traffic supervisor, and it regulates private tows on quasi and private property from gouging citizens and customers that are parked in those lots.
Okay, so it's not the city council having the power to tow vehicles from private property?
No, this is regulations from the Garden State Towing Association, New Jersey State Police towing guidelines. It just cleans it up a little bit to regulate private tows from gouging people on private lots here in the city.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, can we have a motion, please?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and to adopt 6360, and ask for a second, please.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Mr. Bishop, can you please adjust the microphone? It's all, thank you, sir. Ordinance 6361.
An ordinance amending a new section in Chapter 4 entitled Mayor, creating the Division of Information Technology and eliminating the Division of Computers. Section 1, there shall be added a new section in Chapter 4 entitled Mayor the following, 2-4.5 Division of Information Technology.
Council President, I move to amend the ordinance 63-61, section 12-12.14A, to remove the current A and replace it with the following. Within the Department of Police, there should be a Division of Information Technology, which shall operate under the direction and supervision of the Chief of Police or his designee. The change has been reviewed by the city attorney, who has determined that the amended ordinance does not substantially alter the substance of the ordinance, which is to create a new division of information technology and to eliminate division of computers. And I request a second.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown? Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Or wasn't there written communication on this?
We're voting on the amendment, not on the ordinance, ma'am.
Oh,
We will have an opportunity.
yes, I'm voting for the amendment.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay,
Council,
yes, Councilwoman Ormond?
okay, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the
No,
public
no.
hearing.
No, we got to,
We got to have the hearing first.
Oh, we gotta have the hearing.
has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
From Roshana Cosby. It should be duly noted that the office of the mayor has over the past 2 years sought to add divisions and staff for what seems to be self-promotion and promotion of certain elected officials. There has been a regular stream of interns working in the office, making political phone calls and using the office equipment to produce campaign material. The public relations firm, past and present, do not create publicity for the city. They generate advertising for the mayor at the taxpayer's expense. There is no input from other elected officials or department heads. The last political advertisement that was published cost nearly $30,000, including postage. I cannot imagine giving this one person control over information technology, especially with the most recent activity that has been reported from the County of Union's deputy county manager, with the mayor, who is a former employee of Union County Information Technology Department, reportedly attempted employee the aid of a former colleague to convert a PDF file of the Linden Board of Education parent and guardian data to an Excel file for election marketing. I am afraid of what would potentially happen if the city council members vote to alter the charter and give the technology department to the same individual who has repeatedly sought political gain from having access to constituent data. Several months ago, the council allowed 2 audiovisual specialist positions to be created and assigned to the mayor's office. That only lasted a short while. The mayor directed the employees to generate marketing and promotional videos that glorified him and ignored all the other elected officials. Subsequently, the positions were dissolved. The mayor of Linden, by tradition and charter, is the department head of the police department only. I believe that the recommendations that I offered numerous times in years past to have a totally outsourced information technology department is the best way for our city to proceed. This will ensure that we are not duplicating our efforts by having multiple vendors and staff liaisons who may or may not hold the appropriate credentials for the titles that they have. Thus, depending on the vendor, any way to perform services, creating more expenses. Vote no, save the taxpayer dollars, and outsource all the technical needs to qualified and certified professionals. Prevent the potential misuse of confidential data as it is described in the letter. Please read the letter.
Is there any other items of written communication?
Hold on. Ms. Denise Cleary, Ms. Denise Cleary, Acting Superintendent of Schools, Linden Board of Education, 2 East Gibbon Street, Linden, New Jersey. Dear Ms. Cleary, a situation occurred on Thursday, October 31st that I felt I should bring to your attention. Mayor Armstead entered into our county administration building and requested to meet with one of the IT employees in my department. At one point, the mayor claimed that he was in possession of an Adobe PDF file provided to him by the Linden Board of Education with which it utilizes to send notifications to students and families. He explained that the purpose of his visit was to determine if this Adobe PDF file could be converted to an Excel file so it could be used by the city. Upon learning of the above, it occurred to me that the file provided to the mayor may well contain confidential information relative to students and their families. Not knowing who may have provided the mayor with the file, or if you are aware of the same was provided, I thought it appropriate to bring this matter to your attention for whatever action you deemed appropriate. Please be advised that no assistance was provided by my staff to convert the reference data to another format. Very truly yours, Amy Wagner, Manager, Director, Department of Economic Development.
Is there any other items of written communication?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Clerk? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Hans Herbert, please come forward. Please state your name and address.
Hans Herberg, 51 Westover. The question I had about Division of Information Technology, any way to explain to me what the responsibility roles is going to be for that part? I mean, is this going to be towards an app or technology? I've been working in IT before in the past. Just want to know, what it's about and what benefits the community.
Mr. Antonelli, would you be able to? Okay. Can you repeat your question, sir?
All right, it'll be a quick question. I just want to know what is the role and, overseeing, and what is the responsibility role for the IT, and what their function is going to be, and what's going to benefit community. Or I know we talked a year ago about apps or technology. I just kind of want to know about that one.
One thing we do need to note is Councilwoman Ormond read an amendment to this. It will be under the police department.
Oh, that's cool though. Yeah.
Yes,
I was just wanting to check though.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Antonelli?
Right, so it's my understanding the Division of Computers is being retitled as the Division of Information Technologies, will be transferred to the police department, and then obviously the specifics as to, staffing and things like that will be addressed at some later date, but the function is going to be transferred and overseen by the police department.
Awesome. Thank you though.
So just so we're clear, it's not under the mayor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I was confused by that. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Mrs. Malik?
So only the police department is going to benefit from this? And then the other part of my question is, why is this happening? What's the impetus behind this change?
Mr. Antonelli?
At this point in time, there are essentially a police-controlled IT services as well as non-police-controlled IT services. My understanding, there may be some consolidation of functions by placing the division within the police department. So, as far as any other reasons, I'm not aware of, but the transfer is being done. I can tell you, just recently, the County of Union, as well as some other municipalities, where computer systems were hacked, so it probably does make sense that the police department is the one that's overseeing the computer system and the IT services to make sure we don't have situations like that arise. They're the ones that protect us from the public.
But the police department...
Correct. It's
they're
for the
not
entire
IT.
city. It's for the entire city.
You don't have IT people that are actually in the police department. They're hackers, there's a different type of person that's going to be protecting us from hackers. But I still didn't hear, so I really didn't see, what's the justification? That's what I'm looking for. Just say they're transferring it, there's information that's in one department, now going to the other department. I don't
Ms.
see the
Malik,
purpose of this.
Ms. Malik, right now we have a civilian and a uniformed staff IT, they're separate. We're moving to
But are they
consol-
performing similar functions? I mean, the IT,
Well,
the IT and...
Yes, things with the cable programming, whatever.
Right.
Now, they're different computer programs, yes, but right now
Same
we have a
functions.
civilian side and a uniform
Right.
side. We're moving to consolidate it, so it's all under one auspices, and there won't be any more sides. So we're gonna have one group with one person in charge, then we can say, okay, well, horrible that it happens, but let's say something happens in all the computers in DPW. So we don't have to send one person, we can send 4 or 3 or however people that will be staffed there to go and take care of it. It just wouldn't be one person, which is all we have right now, and then we would have to go to the outside for PASCAC, which we use for the civilian side. We don't use PASCAC for the police side, so we're moving to consolidate everything.
So with this consolidation, are we saving any money? Or are we're hiring more people? What I just want to know is, we're making this change, maybe there's some betterment for it, but what about money? What's it costing us? Or what are we saving?
We're not, at the moment, we're not adding staff and we're not subtracting from staff. Right now it's set up where we're just going to consolidate all staff in one place.
So are you saying that money-wise, this is not costing us?
At the moment, we're not adding staff, so no one's getting a raise or
Just answer the
whatever.
question. Is it costing us or not adding staff? Is there equipment changing from one system to another?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
incurring-
We're not, okay. That's what I'm trying to say. Once we consolidate, the uniform staff has their own computer systems. The civilian side has also their own computer systems. The programs are some of them are interchangeable, some aren't. So we're looking to consolidate it. We also have 2 different outside entities that work and support us.
Okay, so when you
So
say the
we're looking to
consolidation,
consolidate all this.
you have equipment here, equipment there, we're going to consolidate. That's going to be new equipment, so there's
No,
a
I didn't
cost
say-
to that.
You said new equipment. I didn't say anything about new equipment.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is there a cost to this consolidation? Yes
Mrs. Malik,
or
we
no?
will be having a new committee for 2020, so we will have more information for you then from that
Got it.
committee, okay?
Someone can follow up with me.
This is just a change, putting it under,
But I'm just questioning you. It's an ordinance, I'm just questioning it, and I'd like to understand, money. We're talking about money here.
Mr. Principato?
John Principato. Why does it necessarily have to be under the mayor? That's my number one question.
It's not under the mayor,
I have a few
sir.
questions.
It's under the police department. The amendment that Councilwoman Ormond did was putting it under the police department.
Okay. It says here entitled, the Chapter 4, Chapter 4's entitled Mayor.
No, it was changed. The amendment that the council voted on changed it under the police department.
Changed it, okay. So who is currently, what department are we consolidating? Where right now, who's in charge of computers? Who's in charge of the division of computers?
It's Alexis on the police side, it's Chief.
Who's the qualified people under Alexis that take care of the computers besides Alexis? Is Alexis the computer person? One person? So that person is going to go with the police department computer people together? And is Charlie Crane still a computer person?
Yes.
So there's people from the police, I'm just trying to understand the logistics. There's people from the police department that are computer people, correct?
Correct.
There's Nancy, and then there's Charlie. Is that everybody?
No, and there's some, I believe someone from DPW.
And somebody from, so all of these people are going to be put together under one umbrella?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's going to be a cost associated with that. Once you start moving people around, you know there's costs associated with it. There is going to be some nominal fees. What's the reason why we're doing this again?
It's better to consolidate everything under, especially computers, under one group. I don't know any place, especially one this size, that has separate entities handling computers.
What's the
Completely
table of
separate.
organization going to be? Has that been decided yet, the
It's not
table of
been-
organization?
It's not yet, with
Not yet.
titles and the hierarchy has not been fleshed out yet.
So there's going to be, are there going to be jobs added?
I can't answer that question.
Can you say that there will not be jobs added?
I can't say, I don't know.
Okay. So like we did with Public Works, we're bringing things together, and we're going to be creating more jobs, right?
I didn't
I'm
say
just
that.
trying to
I'm
figure
not-
out what
it's
the
not
cost to the
anticipated that's
taxpayer is
the
going to be.
case.
That's my question.
Well, what you said before wasn't a question, it was an unclarified statement, so. I mean, if you have a question, I'll answer it. I told you, you asked me if it's creating jobs, I said, I don't know yet. It's not anticipated. That was my answer.
Okay.
Well, you have another question, I'll be happy to answer it.
No, I think you've pretty much proved my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kaminsky?
Good evening. Yeah, a lot of good points brought up. At the end of the day, I'm perplexed, and believe me, I can see by our websites, we do need improvement in technology, but things, once again, are done backwards. A comment was just made, we're going to set up a committee in 2020 to see what's going to be done. I think before you make these moves, you probably should have a proper committee in place to vet what the options are in a proper way. I tend, and I mean, this whole thing, and there's no bigger fan of our men and women in uniform than myself, but just, they're not IT people. That's not their job. That's not what they're there for. If anything, if we're going to make a move and take a step up and do the right thing to really raise the bar here, then I think the idea suggested and floated out there is a very good one. Get an outside entity who has expertise in IT, information technology, because at the end of the day, all I heard was basically just really bad stammering and non-answers. And no offense to anyone that answered the questions, I get it. You're put in a bad spot. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of questions about the propriety of where these folks will be going, of the quality of work that they will be doing and delivering, and then at the end of the day, cost. And some of the other things, I'm not going to rehash them, but some of the other things that the folks brought up. So why don't we wait till 2020, get a committee to vet the issues, and then determine the proper course of action. Don't stick a square peg into a round hole before even basic questions can be answered. It just does not make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish? Mr. Halloran?
Craig Halloran, 120 Donaldson Place. Now, if I understand the city's organizational chart, I believe the mayor is the ultimate person in charge of the police department. Does this remove him from that responsibility? Or how does this work if he's not going to have control over that one particular part of the police department?
I didn't hear you, sir.
That's quite all right.
If you could repeat that, I'll stop.
No, I believe the organizational chart in the city dictates that the mayor is the ultimate person in charge of the police department. And Councilwoman Orman wrote in there, I just want to make sure I understand it. It removes the mayor from having control over just this one department of the police department or the whole police department?
Mr. Antonelli or Mr.?
Council President, the mayor under this form of government is the civilian head. The day-to-day operations is conducted by the chief of police. This would be considered to be a day-to-day operations issue. So it's under the chief, basically, if I answer your question, it's the chief who runs the day-to-day. So it's the chief who's going to be in charge, ultimately in charge of that unit.
Okay, well, I understand the day-to-day operations, Chief Hart would be in charge of it all, but ultimately, I do remember that the mayor is the one that is ultimately in charge of the police department, like I don't know what you would call it, the police director. He's actually higher in the police organization than Chief Hart.
It's policy only.
On policy
On
only.
policy only. He does not direct the day-to-day operations.
Okay, then I'll remember that if anything comes up. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Have a good day.
Okay. Mr. Mislon?
Quick question. So when this form was printed up, this was done with mayor, chapter 4, entitled mayor. What changed between this being printed and tonight? Is this now being put under the police department? Because honestly, to us, to everyone here, this looks like the way of circumventing to have the mayor still in charge, since at the end of the day, he's going to make the final decision since he is the quote-unquote head of the police department. Who's to say he's not going to walk in and tell the IT department, who's now falls under his overview, what to do, which is what I believe everyone's concerned about. So what changed between when this was printed to tonight that this couldn't have been amended originally? Councilwoman Ormond had to bring this up tonight.
Mr. Antonelli?
Was that discussed in caucus? Was that something?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I wasn't part of the discussion as to why there was a change. I was asked to make a change. I discussed this with our city clerk. I determined that the change was de minimis, which would permit this governing body to amend the ordinance and proceed to a second reading this evening. Substantively, the ordinance has not changed. It still calls for moving or eliminating the division of computers out of the finance office and creating a new division of IT under the police department. So that's what happened. As far as why the change, I was not privy to that. I was just asked to make the change.
By whom? Where did that request come from? Someone on the council, some outside entity? Where did that come from?
I was asked by the mayor to make the change.
Okay, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ma'am, could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name's Cheryl Ann Tambernino, 1301 Prospect Drive in Linden. I have a question. I'd like to know if, being that it is now going to be under the police department, if the mayor does illegally get a PDF file like he did from the Linden Board of Ed, if he can now go to the police department and get that unencrypted so that he can get all of the information from the Board of Ed like he tried to do a month ago.
Frankly, I don't understand the question, because if the ordinance remained the same, it would be under the mayor's department. So that being said, that's a Board of Ed issue. There's simply nothing before this council that would indicate that the mayor had any sort of device or whatever is being referenced this evening, to try and convert. That's certainly a question, I think, that should be directed to the Board of Ed, and perhaps they could look into how information got out, excuse me, ma'am, how information got out, okay? How information got out into the mayor's hands, which frankly, I'm not even sure what it was or what it is. I'm just hearing allegedly what it was. So, look, at the end of the day, if, under your scenario, if this change wasn't made, I suppose the mayor could go to the finance office and ask perhaps Nancy Gomes to do that. So this changes nothing other than it puts the division under the police department and consolidates the non-police side and the police side for IT services and keeping it under one roof. That's what this ordinance does.
So it doesn't matter where this IT department is the mayor could go in there with the PDF file?
No, I never said he could go in there. All I'm just saying is that has nothing to do with the ordinance. The ordinance is just moving it from one division, one department, if you will, to the police department. That changes nothing.
So it just makes it easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, can we have a motion, please? Good discussion.
Yes. Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and to adopt ordinance 6361 and have the amended ordinance adopted, and request a second, please.
Second.
Discussion? Councilwoman Hickey?
Yes. I just wanted to say that many of you have asked questions regarding this are correct. It's very lenient information when it comes to this ordinance, and honestly, I think it's a bit scary considering from some situations that have just previously happened right before Election Day. To say that the police department is would be in charge of IT and Chief Hart, well, quite frankly, I think this is the last thing he needs on his plate, considering all the hard work and busyness that he has in the city of Linden and trying to conduct our police department in the best manner and professionalism for all the residents. Recently as well, you know, we had a newspaper that went out, it was over $30,000. A few of us up here, our name and phone number was just mentioned in it. I mean, there's a lot of pages on there. I would have liked to see, you know, a picture of our picnic or in the Sunnyside area or some different events that we've all attended that included all of us. But obviously, this was a selfish paper that cost our residents a lot of money. Ultimately, as you said, Mr. O'Harlan, the mayor is in charge of the police department. And considering the letter that I've seen recently from the assistant county manager and a letter from the superintendent from the Board of Schools, I find this switch and in IT, however it may go, very hush-hush and very selfish, and I don't think it's an appropriate place for it. We do have two people, one under the police department, another under finance, that does take care of our computers. And we also have outside services. County equipment was crashed a while ago, and yes, IT was working on it constantly, but we also had to call out outside services. I don't understand what this would have to do with the police department. And also the information that the police pertain in their computer systems it's extremely confidential. And I don't think it's appropriate at this time with certain individuals' history to be involved in this IT situation by any means. Like I said, there's a lot of information that is not included on here. It's switched from last night. It's going under the police department, but yet the mayor's in charge of the police department. Oh, but he's not in charge of the day-to-day, but he's here day-to-day. So it just, the writing's on the wall. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Medina?
Yes, Council President, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for arriving late tonight. I had a bit of a flat tire in Jersey City. Yeah, it's the worst night to get a flat tire in the rain. I'm just going to stick to this ordinance. I have been the chairman of the IT committee for a few years now. I think we've done a lot of work in IT committee, new website, other different types of internal software, web-based or internally here, that soon the public will get to feel and test out on their own. Myself and Ms. Zach, we have met with the mayor a couple times. I have to be honest, I was a little bit shocked when I saw this ordinance last month. I did vote for the ordinance to proceed with the understanding that I will have an additional meeting with the mayor, which we did. I am not 100% against moving into the police department because I know how the chief is. He's a man of integrity, of honor, and he runs a tight department. I'm just a little bit unclear on the actual structure of what's going to happen in 2020. It's almost like putting the cart before the horse. I did speak at our 6 o'clock session. I did ask the council maybe we should consider just pushing this or reintroducing this in January when we actually have an actual plan. And the other piece is the transparency piece. You know, you folks were exposed to a different version of the ordinance last month, and you guys are all here basically commenting on an ordinance that was introduced last month, even though my colleague, Councilwoman Ormond, did explain the amendments. So with that being said, you know, I'm still recommend to this council to, you know, postpone this move to January, get a better understanding on the structure when it comes to the human component of it. But I do not disagree moving it to the police department. But since I'm unclear what's going to happen in 2020, I don't think I can support this ordinance. Thank you.
Before I move to Councilwoman Cosby, I just want to make clear, presently, we do have 3 employees in the police department that handle this. So it's not like we're going to be creating more jobs. So I just want to make that reference. Councilwoman Cosby?
I used to be on a technology committee, right? And I did recommend that we outsource this many years ago. And the reason for that is, number one, so that we would have a control over, you know, who's managing our information technology. And in my written communication, I was clear. Certifications, eliminating having a vendor, having an employee have to call the vendor to give her a vendor instructions on to do this and do that. And if they can't do it, then you have to come in, so then your billable hours there. Let me give you an example of why we need certified, qualified people. We had, when I was on the committee, requested, it was my request, because when you call DPW, you want to make sure that they record your call. You're going to get the, you know, work order generated, and then your council member can follow up for you, right? So Councilman Brooks was there. He was the chair of the the Committee for Public Works. I think Councilman Medina was the chair. I don't know who was the chair. I forgot. But for technology, so we got a program. We sent people to training. It was, you know, a big thing. We got a program, facility dude. Guess what? We are here 4 years later. Facility dude wasn't it. You know why? Because we didn't have the right folks in the positions of technology. And you saw a fancy program and you're like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. It's in our budget, we can afford it. It didn't do what we wanted it to do, what the expectations were. So, Mr. Dan, who's leaving, and his wisdom with his folks, they found the right program for us 4 years later, right? He has someone on his team who is certified. They do information technology and whatnot. So if you don't have the right folks getting the technology, you're not going to have the right technology. So we're just expending, you know, money hand over fist. Here's another example. I don't know who was responsible for this, but in dispatch several years ago, there was a conversion done. I don't know if it was the CAD to QAD or whatever, backwards and forwards, but there was an upgrade that didn't work, and we had to spend more money to go back to the old system. Again, why are we doing this? Because we don't have the right people. So why don't we, you know, Councilman Medina said, think about waiting, get a true table of organization if we're going to do it internally, or outsource it. It's cheaper. You don't pay benefits. You know, you don't have to worry about some of the employee nonsense that we have to go through, and you can be guaranteed of certifications. Security, if you're going to put it in the police department, that's fine. I don't care where it lives. But as long as we know we have qualified individuals who are going to seek, tweak, and then maintain our information technology. So that's, those are my comments for the discussion on the vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Brown?
Okay, a couple of things. One, someone said we don't have a committee. We do. Councilman Medina, and we just heard it before, we have a committee of technology. This was formed back when I was on council, started, where we split the personnel and finance and added a technology committee for this exact reason, was to address the technology needs of the city. When I first came on council, That was back when, 2010, 2011. We had computers that were at least 10 years old. And if you guys remember, we had to spend close to, no, not close, over $1 million upgrading our computer systems. That cost taxpayers money. Now, so the point of the technology committee is to address the software and hardware issues that we have in the city. Technology is evolving every day. Not only was Union County hacked, other counties and other towns throughout the state of New Jersey within the last month were hacked. Some of them through ransomware. That costs taxpayers money, where they lock you out of your systems and you have to pay money in order to get those systems unlocked. That costs taxpayers money. I know of another town that had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to update all their computer systems because of the hack that they experienced. That was a large percentage of the budget that they capitalized. That costs taxpayers money. All we're doing is taking two departments or two divisions and combining them. Yes, you're going to save money by getting people who are experienced, people who are interchangeable, who are not specialized just in one department, but specializes in multiple different programs, multiple different software programs that benefits taxpayers where they could be utilized, and whether it's DPW, police department, public works, public property. We have a number of different programs that don't communicate and talk, that we spend money on upgrades, that we spend money on new programs. It's in the budget. What we need to do is save money on these programs. We did a report a couple of years ago from a company, an IT company, that talked about how we can save money on our software programs, on our hardware programs. I think it was called like Oprah or Opera or something like that, an analytical company. So we're moving in the right direction where we want to consolidate, we want to save money on our hardware, on our software, we want people who are specialized. Now, the idea of far as the mayor having access to the computer department, this actually adds an extra layer. If it's not directly underneath him, it's underneath the police department, you have that extra layer of protection that even the person in the police department has to follow AG guidelines when it comes to our technology, when it comes to data, when it comes to what data can be, if you want to say filtered out. The mayor is not in charge of the police department, no matter how many times people want to sit up here and say it. No, there's a state statute that actually came out of Linden when Gregorio was mayor, called the Police Chief's Bill of Rights. In our form of government, the mayor, no matter what anyone says, is by state statute. He's in charge of policy. Day-to-day operation, which this would be under, is underneath the police chief. That is a fact that is undisputed. There's a state statute on there. So the rhetoric that the mayor can go in and walk into the police department, he cannot. There's state laws against that. And I'm pretty sure Dan or anybody else can bring that up. I'm sorry, but we're trying to move the city forward. And for the rhetoric that's untrue, we have a committee. It was brought up here that we don't. We do. I was here when we voted on it. We're consolidating. That's how you save money. We've spent money in our budget. You guys can look it up over the years on software updates, on programs, on hardware. Other counties and towns have been hacked. We're trying to prevent that. And the mayor, as he walks in, again, there's a separation, there is a division by state statute law that supersedes municipalities, that he is in charge of policy, day-to-day operations, and the police chief's preview. And to say that the police chief's going to compromise his integrity for anyone, because that's what we're basically alluding to, is a shame. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Javik, did you have your hand up? Okay, Councilwoman Ormond?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to just caution everyone when we do come up to the mic and we add comments about, any ordinance, and especially this one, the PDF that was of a school district information. A comprehensive list of that nature can only come from very high-ranking officials in our school district. Teachers, principals, and your basic administrators don't have their hands on that. So if there was a PDF list, we need to find out which of the top 3 officials let that leak out, if there is one, and then we need to have the state investigate why that confidential information left their hands. So sometimes we have to realize that we may incriminate other people by just coming up and trying to throw someone else under the bus. So I just urge us, just be cautious. If it's something that is so confidential, we need to find out where it came from. That's all.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and let me apologize for coming so late. My children had a concert at McManus, and my two sons, this is their last year at McManus, and as you all know, if you have children, these are very precious moments, and I'm very happy that I was able to attend. But I understand we're talking about, was it the IT division? I'm not sure. The IT division, okay. Listen, yeah, I'm your mayor, okay? My job is to provide security and stability for this town. So, in the wake of several cyber attacks, not only here in Union County, but elsewhere in the country, they're calling it ransomware. And I don't mean Phil Ransom in DPW and his fancy clothes that he wears when he's doing his day job. But we are in a tremendous amount of jeopardy here as municipalities. And I think we have to do everything humanly possible to make sure that our data systems aren't attacked. And trust me, the county, and I worked at Union County for 19 years, and as far as I'm concerned, they have one of the best information technology divisions that we can speak of, and they were hacked. Okay, so we don't really have what I would consider a formal information technology division. And I think it's time that we do something to ensure that the integrity of this town, the integrity of our data and our resources are protected. And that is what led us to the idea of creating a IT division. I've given it a great deal of thought, and I think that the division should fall under the police department for now. Okay, because I feel that they are in the business of securing our town from criminals and any type of thing that could hurt this town. So for now, I think it should go under the police department because as most towns are divided in two sections with regards to IT. There's the police side and there's the civilian side. So for now, until we figure out what exactly we have to do, it should fall under the police department. And once we figure out where we're going and what we need to do to secure our data and our information, perhaps we'll migrate back to a dual system again where the police and the civilian side are separated. But at this time, I feel that it's most important that the police department have full control of it for security purposes until we figure out where we're going. Now, I understand there's some other discussion, and one thing about me, there's a whole lot of banter and chit-chat that goes on with regards to somebody did this and who said that. Let me be the first to say, if there has been a compromise in data and there's some allegations being made about data being given or secured or transformed, well, let's just figure out who did it, okay? If someone at the county can produce a file that was given to them, well, one thing about computers, we have computer forensics. Let's find that person at the county who has that file, who converted that file, and who sent it back to an individual, okay? And let's do what we have to do to prosecute them to the fullest, okay? But I'm certain, and I say this with a degree of certainty, that there's no one at the county who has a file, who can produce a file, who can produce a record showing that that file was converted and sent back to someone here in Linden, okay? Until such time, this is nothing but hearsay and conjecture, and I understand that we're very good at that in this town, hearsay and conjecture. So let's go on about the business of governing this town and making sure that we do whatever is necessary to make sure our data and our systems are safe. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
No.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
No.
Hickey?
No.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay.
Council President,
Yes, Mayor.
that was the vote on the formation of the IT committee?
Yes.
And I challenge our council members who said no. I'd like to hear from them, particularly Councilman Medina, why you don't think we should have an IT division, why you don't think our data should be secure. Give me one good reason why you think that we shouldn't have an IT division, other than the fact that you're playing politics with this nonsense.
Councilwoman, what's your point of order?
That we discussed this before he came, and we would like the meeting to move
Council
forward.
President, can I respond to the mayor? Mayor, I actually,
Mayor.
if I may? Mayor, I actually did give my reasonings earlier. I know you walked in a little bit late. I also walked in late as well. I agree with the move, just like we spoke. I kind of gave an insight of our meeting, and I didn't go into the whole vision because, you know, we don't know what's going to happen in 2020.
What's an IP address, Councilman?
No. Our IT meeting, the meeting that we had.
Tell me what is an IP address?
Mayor, please. I'm explaining to what I
Mayor,
said,
we're going to
Mayor.
move on
That's
with
what
the
I'm doing.
meeting, with the consent
Internet
agenda
protocol.
items.
Mayor, the reason why I voted no, the reason I voted no is
Councilman
because
Medina.
I'm unclear on the actual structure of what's going to happen in 2020, Mayor.
The structure is going to be under our police department.
Mayor, I'm just explaining to what I actually explained to the public.
Councilman, we're going to move on with the
That's all I
consent
said.
agenda items.
So I agree with you. I'm moving it to the police department, but I'm unclear of what's going to happen next year with the actual structure and the human
Councilman.
component. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
We're moving on with the consent agenda items. All items listed with asterisks are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless the council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Items number 1 through 4. Does any council member wish to remove an item? Okay, seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
Yes, Council President. I move for approval of consent items 1 through 4 and ask for a second.
Yes.
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Mohammed,
Yes.
Cosby,
Yes.
Strano,
Yes.
Blaine,
Yes.
Medina,
Yes.
Hickey.
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis.
Yes. Okay, committee reports and comments from members of the governing body. Councilwoman Orman, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to start off by reading the Division of Transportation and Parking Report. I hereby submit the monthly financial report from the Division of Transportation and Parking for the month of December 2019. This report includes collection of on- and off-street parking meters, railroad parking lots, railroad parking permits, and merchant parking permits. Trenton side collections, $3,684. New York side collection, $2,585. Railroad credit card transaction, $31,424.71. Railroad permits, $1,739.94. Online railroad permits, $688. Parking meter collections, $13,198.75, and zero in merchant parking. The grand total, $53,320.40. And I'd like to also add that the parking meters are covered for the holiday season, so you have complimentary 2-hour parking on behalf of the city. First on my report, I'd like to say that on December 6th, the Linden Cultural and Heritage Committee, along with the mayor and council, did the annual tree lighting ceremony. I personally like to say thank you to all the residents who came out with their children. I believe it was probably the largest turnout that I've seen in quite some time at this particular event. All of the children received a toy. There were pictures with Santa, sandwiches, hot chocolate, cookies, and a lot of hard-working individuals that put their time, their effort, sacrificed their families, the whole gamut, in order to make sure that this was a success. And our president of our organization is in our audience right now, so I'm going to ask Amy if she would kindly stand so we can just give her a round of applause, because she really did work very hard. There were a lot, and I'm not going to mention all the names because there's so many names, and I don't want to be accused of forgetting anyone, but I did, like I said, it would be really remiss if I did not mention our president. But there were so many people, like I said, that worked so hard to make it a success, and we thank all of them. This is the last week for leaf pickup in the wards. If you are raking them out to the curb, we will have a truck that will kind of like swoop by sporadically to scoop them up. And this is the last call if you're a First Ward resident and you need leaf bags. I still have some. The First Ward also has received recycle bins that have been placed on the curbside. So if you see these brown and blue large containers parked in front of your house on the curb, they belong to you. They're yours. Please pull them into your property. I still see so many of them that are just still sitting out there. I believe people just don't realize that they are for our new recycling program that's going to start in January of 2020. Recycling is going to have a totally different schedule, so I just encourage everybody to take their smartphone and download this app called Recycle Coach. Once you populate your address in it, it's going to tell you what day your garbage is, what day your recycling is, and it'll even tell you when you're going to have your waste, and also throughout the county whenever there's going to be shredding or electronic equipment to drop off. So it's a very good tool for you to have. I want to also mention that there's a program going on at the library called Food for Fines. From December 1st to the 31st, for every non-perishable item that you bring, $1 will be eliminated from your fine if you do have one. It's a maximum $10 per person. There are some exclusions for this particular program, and I just recommend that you go to the library if you do have a fine, bring a couple of canned goods, something that's non-perishable or whatever, and have your fines reduced. It's a wonderful program. Okay, let's see. Also, with the Linden Library, if you'd like to go ahead and reserve a room, you can now do that online. And you used to have to go to the actual library and physically reserve it, but now you can actually do that online. What's going on in the First Ward? We had our very first holiday craft make and take, which was on the 14th, which was this Saturday. We had it at the Wilson Pond House, which was just recently painted and done. Part 2 is going to be tomorrow. We're going to have another one from 6 to 8, same place. It is an interfaith, multicultural crafting event. I had the opportunity to purchase menorahs, dreidels, Stars of David, the Kwanzaa Kenora, Christmas trees, Santa Clauses, gingerbread men, snowflakes, and a host of other cute little crafts for the children. It's just, like I said, an excellent opportunity for everyone to get together and just, share our differences and just truly learn to appreciate each other's faith and each other's beliefs. And on that note, I just want to take the time to wish everyone a very happy, happy holiday. If you celebrate Hanukkah, may you enjoy your festival of lights. If you celebrate Kwanzaa, may you truly live the principles of what Kwanzaa is all about. And if you celebrate Christmas, just remember that the whole concept of Christmas was purely based on the act of love that God had for mankind. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah to everyone.
Thank
That
you,
ends my report.
Councilman Javik?
Council President, first I'd like to start off with, as chairman of the Fire Committee, the Fire Prevention Bureau collected the following monies during the month of November 2019. A total of $7,406.48. Also in regards to the Linden Fire Department ambulance billing, the amount of $59,658.57 for November 2019 have been added to the total deposits for 2019 totaling $645,373.89. In the second ward, we are again addressing truck traffic, primarily on West Blanky Street. Unfortunately, this is a mixed-use corridor, which creates additional difficulties to the residents. A truck route will be implemented and more guardrails will be added. Thank you for everyone who is helping to alleviate these localized issues in that area. As I mentioned last month, Elizabethtown Gas has been improving their lines from low pressure to high pressure on West Elm, West Henry, West Curtis, Miltonia, and Loretta Streets. Please note there will be no parking and street closures as this is accomplished. The first phase of new sidewalks and additional trees has been finished. In the spring, we will be doing phase 2. This is in the second ward we're talking about here. So please don't think you have been missed. All these improvements are going to be done. Regarding school number 8, in an ongoing effort to work with our Board of Education about community issues, Gates have now been installed and will be closed in the evenings to the school parking lot. This will eliminate cut-throughs and help with safety issues. Some residents are, again, failing into the pattern that they had before of double parking and blocking driveways or corners when picking up their children. The traffic department is taking this very seriously, and you will be ticketed. So let's be considerate for everyone. A reminder also that they're still looking for more crossing guards in Linden. As Councilwoman Ormond mentioned, recycled containers have been delivered to households. Please keep in mind these containers are to be used starting in January, not before. Also, recently I have been receiving phone calls and emails regarding increased solicitations from realtors to residents. I do realize this can be annoying to some, but the reality is Linden is in such a high demand as a location to move into, and that's good. So with that said, I want to wish everyone a happy, healthy holiday and a Merry Christmas. If you need to reach out to me with any concerns or requests, call me at 908-494-4608 or email me at bjavick@linden-newjersey.org. Council President, end of report.
Thank you, Councilman Javik. Councilman Brown?
Yes. Approve is requested for filing finance actions. The payment of bills totaling $2,577,828.38. Bills have been signed by the mayor, council president, and finance chairman, and a detailed check register and vouchers are on file in the clerk's office. Item number 2, we are in receipts of investments made by the city treasurer for the month of November at a rate of 2.75%. I move for approval and ask for a second.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
No.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Abstain.
Lastly, yes, this is my last council meeting. And so the only reason why I mention it is even the last council meeting when I wasn't here, we saw what happened on the council. And people like to blame other people. But here's the thing, there's a lot of hate from a small group of people. Out of 42,000 residents, there's a lot of good residents in this town. There's good people here in this dais, there's good people in this town. And so, what I've experienced over the last couple of years, it will be coming out soon, because over the course of the year, I've had to file police reports. I'm meeting with the Attorney General's office, state police, over even people in this council room that's in the crowd. Because of when you harass people at work, their family, their children, I talked about this in March, and it's relentless, and now the state and the county is looking at it. The mayor talked about a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of rhetoric in town. People that want to give misinformation, people that want to destroy people's lives. That is pure hate. I've been on this council since 2010 at the age of 28. I'm leaving at 37. I have the rest of my life, 5 children, married. You have council members up here who are straight up lying, saying I'm going to Union County or my family's going to work for this city or my wife. I don't know where they're getting this information from. When you have people who are stalking you, taking pictures of where you are, where you're at your work in a different county, and spending so much time and energy on you as an individual, guys, that's time and energy that could be spent on bettering the city. Because those same individuals, and I want you guys to look out throughout the year and go to the city website, they didn't help out in any events. They didn't participate in any events. They spent their time and energy trying to drag down either me, other people here. And at the end of the day, I'm leaving here knowing everything that has been accomplished over the last 10 years, whether it's with Mike Bono, the city director, who was hit hard last year and this year. Man lost 2 of his sons, and people in his dais would sit up here and had to watch, listen to them attack him, and this guy gives his time, energy into the city. People in the crowd here, people in their dais, and never once apologized. People with misinformation here want to tear down this city, who live in this city, rather than help rebuild it and acknowledge all the things that we've accomplished. A couple of years ago when I got on this dais, we were $5.2 million over the cap. You guys don't believe me? Look it up. I got the newspaper articles here. Look at what we've done with this budget. We lost revenue and we were able to do 2 tax rate decreases, increase services to the city, restructure not just the DPW, add more police officers on the street, create safety, more safety for our residents. We were able to get streets paved, fix infrastructure, and yet people that are filled with hate still want to tear the city that they live in down rather than promote the goodness, promote the events that we had here. We had our first Polish event. Those people didn't show up. They didn't help out. We had our first Latin Fest. Those people didn't show up, didn't help out. September to Remember was a better success this year than it was last year. You may not like me, but at least show some respect for the people up here, because I'm not going to be here next year, so there's no excuse. Help out people here. People, and what was sickening to me, when I wasn't here and a guy wants to blast me, I was out talking to Barbara. I remember that council meeting, finding out more information about her so that she can get the help with our Board of Health and with our social service that allowed us to make sure she got the help, because she's not out there now. But yet then we want to post and make memes of a 77-year-old woman on top of City Hall, or we want to make posts of her in Walmart and all this other disgusting stuff and think it's okay? I'm sorry, that's not okay. That does not make any sense.
Councilman, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mohammed?
Thank you, Council President. Good evening. Report from the city clerk. 69 birth, death, and marriage certificates. Revenue to the city, $1,035. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Let me see. Report from the city clerk. Thank you, Council President. Thank you. 69 birth, death, and marriage certificate transcripts, $1,035. Marriage and civil union, $69. $575 to the state of New Jersey. Domestic partnership, 0. Miscellaneous revenue, $33.32. Bingos and raffles, $200. EDRS vital statistics, $1,965. Borough permits, 0. Interest earned, 69 cents. Total revenue, $3,003.01. $575 to the state, for a grand total of $3,878.01. The City License Division has submitted in this month's report for the month of November. This office issued 16 dog licenses and 32 miscellaneous licenses and collected $1,660. All is well in the 4th Ward. We have been handling people's concerns. They have made calls to us. Trees have been cut down, trimmed. Potholes have been repaired. We're on for a great year in 2020. We had a great year in 2019. Anyone needs my services, you can call me at 908-463-4843. I take this opportunity to wish a happy holidays to all in the 4th Ward throughout the city of Linden, and wish for a very happy, prosperous New Year's, and for a very civilized and civil report from our citizens. As a United States Navy veteran, I was happy to see the United States Navy veterans stand here and receive awards from our Honorable Councilwoman Crosby, and I'm just so happy to see her honor a Navy veteran. Councilwoman, you rise in status in my heart and spirit for taking care of a Navy veteran. And I thank the citizens of this city, and I thank all the veterans, and I wish Happy New Year's to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cosby?
Thank you. I want to ask everyone to please save the date. We have our first regularly scheduled community meeting, which is going to be June the 6th. And the meetings are always going to start at 6:30 at the Rec Center in the 5th Ward. And it's going to be in cooperation with the Linden Municipal Alliance. They are offering training, and it's limited space. I'm not asking for registration. I don't need to use your information for future references. But if you come early and come on time, The ward update is usually 15 minutes. The police department is always invited to every scheduled community meeting. They will be there as well. 6:30 to 8 o'clock, there's a Narcan training, and flyers are going to be distributed. Also, I'm pleased to inform everyone that we received notification from the New Jersey Department of Transportation that the matter I've been working on in cooperation with our police department and the mayor, the Roselle Police Department and their mayor, on St. George's Avenue where the Save-A-Lot is and the folks had lost their life. I requested that we get a study done at the state. The state is doing that study, so there's going to be a meeting scheduled sometime next month. My goal is that we can have a push to stop. If you've ever traveled St. George's Avenue and you know where the Hagel Avenue light is, that light only turns red if the pedestrian presses the button. And that's what I would like to have there, so that the residents crossing from the bus stop going both ways can be safer. So, you know, there's a cost associated, and we're going to share that cost with the borough of Roselle. I'm trying to make sure I don't forget anything that's important. I did want to mention, however, when Councilman Brown had referenced people not participating, I received, you know, a few calls recently. I did not schedule Santa after maybe 19 years because I got bored and tired of competing with events that were ad hoc, right? Every year we did Santa. For several years, the kids came to the Fifth Ward. I did it before I was even elected. I can't compete when somebody's scheduling an event 2 weeks away and they have mass marketing capability and I don't. So we didn't do it this year. We'll consider it next year if we do. It's not on the schedule, however. But I want to just say that I have asked twice that any publication, any advertisement from any member of the council and the mayor's office in any department be sent to all the council members as a courtesy. If I can make it, I will. If I don't know about it, I can't put it on my calendar. I calendar in November for the whole year. If you look on Roshana.com, the city website, I'm sorry, my website, all of my events are already posted and scheduled. So that's what I'm talking about as far as that goes. Shoot. City events, I talked about that. And I just wish that people would appreciate our beliefs. Stop saying stuff that you don't really mean. That, to me, is an insult. Appreciate my beliefs, because I'm going to say something to you. There's a resolution on tonight where people can't appreciate my beliefs. And I have a whole conversation about that as well. And I'm not going to say that, but I did write a book. So my book is called Plantation Politics. It's about my experience right here with these people, and some are good and some are bad. I just wanted to let everybody know it's nothing personal. But the book is here. Mike, this is your copy too, honey. So, all right. Everybody, enjoy your holidays. If you have a question, comment, or concern, my number is still 908-718-7933. And I can be reached at rcosby@linden-nj.org. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay, before I move on to Councilman Strano, I just want to take this opportunity. I see a few people before they leave this evening that helped out. We had our annual Breakfast with Santa again in the 8th Ward. Councilman Blaine came on board, helped out. It would not have been the success that it was without Nancy and Sandy and Rebecca. I thank you, my family, and I also want to thank Santa. He's been very busy in Linden this year, so there's a lot going on in this town, a lot of positive things. Before I move on, I just also want to mention, I'm looking at the consent agenda items. It's a happy time of year, but could also be a kind of a sad time of year with departing, where we have several employees retiring at the end of this year, 3 actually from our Board of Health Department that have been there for many years and served the city well. I wish Sandy, Greg, and Linda the best of luck. And we're also, like we mentioned earlier, we're losing Mr. Frank Dan, but we're also missing one of the guys that answers the phone every day for many years, and he did this with dedication. I always called him the voice of Public Works. If you get the Public Works, that's Frankie. Frankie Chamberlain. He is retiring, and I just want to take this opportunity. He dedicated his life to public works. You know, he was there, all kinds of storms. So, Frank, I just want to say best of luck in your retirement, and we wish you well, and wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa. Thank you, everyone. Councilman Strano?
Thank you, Council President. I have the personnel report. It's got 8 items on it. Go through it and I'll ask for approval. In the police department, we're we're accepting the resignation in good standing of Jeffrey Nadler, a police officer, effective December 2nd, 2019. B is the approval to appoint 2 police officers from the attached list, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. C is the approval to appoint 6 dispatchers from the attached list, and that's subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. And D is accepting the resignation in good standing of Daniela Aracre, Clerk 2, effective January 10th of 2020. And I apologize for mispronouncing that name. 2, in the fire department, the approval to hire 10 firefighters for the next class. 3, in the Department of Community Services. A is to approve the advertisement for a laborer's position. B is to approve the salary adjustment for David Martinez to $105,530, effective December 31st of 2019. C is to approve the salary adjustment for Reginald Webb to $84,563, effective December 31st of 2019. D is to approve the salary adjustment for Ronald Brewer to $84,563, effective December 31st of 2019. E is to approve the appointment of Unique Nido, labor, at the wage of $15 per hour, which is effective December 31st of 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. F is to approve the appointment of Daniel Kratzer, laborer, at the wage of $15 per hour, effective December 31st, 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. G is to approve the appointment of Julian Reynolds, laborer, at the wage of $15 per hour, effective December 31st, 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. H is to approve the appointment of Sarah Szymanski, laborer, at the wage of $15 per hour, effective December 31st, 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. I is to approve the appointment of Harry Martinez, laborer, to the wage of $15 per hour, effective December 31st, 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. J is to approve the provisional promotion of Robert Sekila to Public Works Supervisor at the salary of $83,471, effective December 18th, 2019. K is accepting the resignation in good standing of Frank Dan, Director, effective December 31st, 2019. 4, in the Department of Recreation, hiring of Alex Moriega as a permanent part-time recreation leader at $15 per hour, effective December 31st, 2019, not to exceed 20 hours per week. B is the approval of seasonal list, which is on file in the city clerk's office. 5, in the Board of Health, amending the hire date of Heather Grillo, Clerk 1, to December 2nd of 2019. B is to approve the change in retirement date for Sandra Darar to change her retirement date from January 1st of 2020 to April 1st of 2020. 6, in the Office of the Construction Code, the appointment of Samuel Infante, part-time fire subcode official, at the hourly rate of $39.37, not to exceed 20 hours per week, and that's effective December 31st of 2019, subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. B is the appointment of Carlos Ruiz, part-time billing inspector, at the rate of $39.37, not to exceed 20 hours per week, effective December 31st, 2019, and subject to the successful completion of the city's pre-employment requirements. 7, in the Personnel Division, A, employee FMLA, NJFLA leaves on file in the Personnel Division. 8, in the Department of Social Services, the appointment of John Wilkins, social worker, at the annual salary of $60,000 effective December 31st, 2019, pending the successful completion of all pre-employment requirements. I move for approval and ask for a second.
Second.
She got her hands up.
Ms. Malik, please come up.
Just in number 3, this is for B, C, and D. You have these salary adjustments. Years ago, we used to have increments. What is the salary adjustment due to merit, change of jobs? How are these being substantiated?
Mr. Roth? Frank?
I'll take it, sure.
Mr. Dan?
B, it's the permanent appointment of this individual, so permanent civil service appointment.
No, I'm talking about a salary adjustment. 3B.
I'm starting with B.
Right, okay.
That is for the permanent promotion of that individual.
Promotion, okay.
Correct. And the C and D are increased jobs. They're doing more than they had been before, taking on different responsibilities within the department, such as being designated a safety coordinator, being designated a sewer supervisor. Those are the two different individuals.
It's just a fact of life that when someone has a job, that job gets expanded. So is this expansion enough that you came up with a description in a job description, that they're now in another classification? Or, I mean, is it substantial? Because I hear this, I don't want to just pick on these individuals, but there's quite a bit of this, like salary adjustments. They step out and they do something else. I find it rather unusual that the city, someone takes on another responsibility, give them a salary adjustment. I mean, isn't there some scope? Or is this a substantial change? And then also with the salary adjustment to this salary, it went from what to what? And is it, I'd like to see how it's commensurate with their change of scope of work to their salary adjustment. So what's it, is this maybe a $10,000 increase, adjustment, 5,000, 20,000?
That 5,000.
For each of these individuals is 5,000?
Correct.
Okay. And
Increased responsibilities is what they are.
okay. And is this now stipulated in some sort of a job description? So when someone goes into another job description, there's some,
It's an internal
proof?
designation.
Internal designation?
That's correct.
So usually is this at the discretion of someone?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's how we do this. Okay, fine,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Mrs. Mallon.
I still
Your
have.
time is up. The 2 minutes ran out. 2 minutes.
Then I should have answered all my questions, asked all my questions. But
You
he
have
was
2
answering.
minutes, ma'am. You could come up in the public portion again. Anybody else wish to be heard on the personnel? Okay. Mr. Lindsay?
My personnel report, Joe Lindsay, 326 Fernwood Terrace, it didn't have letter K. Did you add K? Did you have 3K, Councilman?
Hang on a second,
Yeah,
Joe.
that's the resignation of Frank Dan.
Okay, because it wasn't on the report that was put
Here,
out on the
Joe.
table. Can you just
Here.
repeat that one?
K?
Yeah.
We're accepting the resignation in good standing of Frank Dan.
Oh, okay. Well, I had that. That was J. That's my J.
Oh, well, that's our K.
Okay, so what was your J?
What was inadvertently not included, and this was just a typographical thing, was J, which is the approving the promotional promotion of Rob Sakil in Public Works. He's going to be our new supervisor in the tree department.
Oh, okay. That's it. I just didn't hear that clearly. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Madam Chair, I have Mr. Strano was the mover, I didn't catch you the second
I did
one.
move it,
Yeah,
and
I
you
seconded
seconded.
You did, okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown? Mohammed?
Yes.
Crosby?
I don't vote on personnel. I don't trust them.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Councilman Strano, you had run out of time with your personnel, so I will give you additional time, okay?
How much time?
How much time do you need?
Okay.
3 minutes, good?
Real quick, some of the things going on in my ward, in the engineer, part of the things that are going on there, sidewalks are being repaired at this time. I know it's late in the year, but the concrete is being put down for those slabs that were responsibilities of the city. Thank the engineering department for their cooperation with that. We also finished up the paving at the municipal garage lot, which is in the 7th Ward, and the 2 lots in Memorial Park. There's just some punch list items that have to be done there, striping and some of the parking concrete bumpers that have to be put back in place. In the DPW, leaf collection is still in process, and when the streets are completed, they will be getting into the parks. I know there's some complaints about the leaves blown from parks onto people's lawns, and, you know, that's one of those things that's nature. We're trying to deal with it as best we can, but we will get to them. I also want to commend our DPW crews. We had an emergency, a sanitary sewer collapse on Northwood Avenue over in the 9th Ward. Our DPW crews were, that responded, it was an emergency that went overnight into the next morning, and both the fire department and the police department, you know, cooperated to, in an effort to address the sanitary sewer issue that impacted a significant portion of the neighborhood over there in the 9th Ward. It's often overlooked, but, you know, our DPW department managed to make it a Monday morning for people. Can you imagine what it's like trying to go into work in the morning when you couldn't use a sink or tub or a commode before you headed off to work or school? So I want to thank them. As a result, we will be issuing an emergency contract. This goes back to the engineering department and our purchasing department for an emergency repair to that section of sanitary line. We cannot do that in-house. It's 14 feet deep in that area. Our city engineering department has conducted its quarterly inspection of the airport. It's reported all repairs are up to date, with the exception of the wiring that the contractor who was working at the intersection of Route 1 and Wildcat Way inadvertently put out of service. And they're still working on that issue, and that's just for signage up at that point. City engineer also has been in contact with the FAA. It looks like we're going to be getting new approach lighting at no expense to the city. This has been in the planning for stages for at least 3 or 4 years. It'll make the airport even safer than it already is. And at this time, I'd like to extend my warm wishes for everybody to have a happy holiday season and a wonderful new year and all good things to come. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Blaine?
Thank you, Council President. I want to make a few house cleaning announcements. First of all, I had the opportunity before the council meeting to travel the 8th Ward. I was over by Brunswick Avenue, and they had a sewage issue, and met with a gentleman that owned the building on the corner of Brunswick and Allen Street, and I want to commend our DPW department for going over there and cleaning out that sewer system, but we'll stay on top of it to make sure that services are continued and they get on the schedule so that backup doesn't exist, because I understand that that's a continuous problem over there. So it was just nice to get out to meet some of the people of the community, and I just want to make this very clear that I'm not just a council person that's just sitting up here. I'm here for the 8th Ward and for the town of Linden. Also, I went by Elizabeth Avenue where they also having a sewage issue, and again, the DPW department went over there and cleaned them out. So the town is working.
the people of this town are good people, and they're out here providing a good service to the community. Quite naturally, in all cases, things can always improve, but please, let's acknowledge the good deeds of the people that are working for this town, and I applaud the DPW for doing that. I promised Ms. Montejo that I would talk to Mrs. Armand. Hopefully, we can get her parking situation resolved. I want to just, from the bottom of my heart, thank Frank Dan for his services of this town. He's been a man of honor and integrity, and when he gave me his word that he was going to come on Baltimore Avenue and clean it up for the 8th Ward, by God, he came over there and had his crew out there and cleaned it up. Which I will say, I spoke with him again because it's getting a little messy over there. If you notice that there's new polling that's going on over there, and as soon as they finish, I've been assured that the cleanup process will continue so that we can all live in a much more cleaner environment. Also want to make an announcement that I was happy to see in the 8th Ward we received our brown and blue cans. Not everyone, but at least by Brunswick Avenue while I was over there, they received their brown and blue cans. So again, download that app, put your address in so you can see when your recycling days are, so we can keep on top of that. The other thing, the police chief had informed the council of car break-ins and cars being stolen. I gotta tell you folks, the one thing that I heard that was very consistent was that we are at fault when it comes to that, because a lot of these cars, we're leaving our keys in our cars and having the cars being started unattended. So don't invite it. Tis the season. Be mindful of when you turn your car on and start it. I know it's a little cold and everybody wants their car to get a little warm before they get in there, but just be mindful that you leaving your car unattended and you open yourself up to theft. On a good note, I want to thank everybody for coming out and making the Christmas Breakfast with Santa a very successful program. Thanks to Ms. Yamakaitis and her family. The tree lighting event that happened right here in front of City Hall, it was a pleasure to see all the young folks of the town of Linden come out. We're such a vibrant, diverse community, and when you see the young folks come out and they're so talented, and they just, the smiles, the parents, we came together as one community. Was very little politics involved. I was very happy to be a part of that. I want to wish Councilwoman-elect Monique Caldwell a speedy recovery. Normally she would be here, but she's very sick and has the flu, so she's been under the weather. So I look forward to her coming on council, and which leads me to this one comment that I would hope straight across the board, no exceptions, none, that we all be held to the same code of conduct, not isolating one over another. Every single member should be held to the same code of conduct. If you talk about one, let's talk about the other. My time is up. Happy holidays to everyone. God bless you all. Oh, one last thing. I want to thank Carlos for helping me be a part of this council right now. He was very instrumental in me getting elected, so thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Medina?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I might or might not go over a minute. Again, I just want to apologize for arriving late tonight, and also I want to apologize for missing the tree lighting ceremony as well. Work in Jersey City, Weehawken, Hoboken area, so it's a little bit hectic getting out of there and getting back to Linden on time. Quickly, I just want to thank DPW again on the whole Wood Ave situation with the sewer collapse on the 1400 block on North Wood. Those guys are out there. They've been out there. They had to run hoses from one manhole to another manhole, and we actually made fun of it last night. They're literally pumping crap from one hole to another hole. So it was just crazy what they're doing out there, and I'm glad to see that we have a resolution to get the contractor out there and get everything working. And I believe the contractor's out there. I haven't really asked for an update. So I also want to thank Frank Dan for his dedication to the city. I think he did a great job. And I think a lot of good changes were made in DPW. So I wish him well in his retirement, and I just want to again quickly thank him. Sidewalk projects in the 9th Ward were started a couple days ago. A little bit late, but rather late than never. So just be cognizant of seeing those empty slabs or those cones. Be safe. We do have a few out there. Unfortunately, I had to cut $38,000 worth of sidewalk back down to $10,000 because that's all we are allotted per ward. But I'm happy it's being done. And I apologize, I do have a few notes here. I also want to thank Peter Brown for his years of service here in the city of Linden. We may not agree on a lot of things, but at least we agree and we disagree and we move on. But he, you know, it's a tough job to come up here, whether, again, he's on a different side of the aisle or whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, this is a tough job to do. You give up a lot of family time and whatnot, and you go up here and you're in front of the public, and whether you vote yes or no and whatnot, the public teach you a certain way. So I have to thank him for his years of service. I also want to thank everyone. Councilwoman Hickey helped me with the situation, and she'll talk about this in her report as well. I had a family, did not identify this family, who just went through a terrible, terrible hardship. Husband who was a sole provider, stage 4 cancer, took his life within 30 days. This woman was left with nothing with her 5-year-old and her teenage daughter. We were able to put out a message out to the out to their community. We were able to put a message. Yeah, and you know what? The generosity was just pouring in. We asked folks to just gift cards, you know, ShopRite, Walmart, and the generosity was just pouring in. We did a delivery yesterday, and and we did get more today, and she had no idea I was going to do this. She had no idea we were going to do this. We just did it. We took it upon ourselves, and just the little boy smiling because there were toys was just all I needed to see. She still needs a lot more help. We're working on connecting her with the county, working on some maybe job placement and whatnot, and hopefully in the next few months things will start working out. So I just want to thank everyone, not only in Linden, but also as far as Cranford, for their generosity, because it is a tough situation. You never know when you might be in a tough situation. Also, you know, we spoke in the caucus room, and I just want to make mention, you know, something that I said back there, you know, you could always count on me for when it comes to working with everyone on this dais. I'm dedicated to showing a level of professionalism up here. The Councilwoman knows that. As Council President knows that I'm dedicated to showing a level of professionalism. Whether we agree or disagree on a certain topic, you can always expect a level of professionalism from me. And that is my commitment to you, the residents of Linden. With that being said, have a great holiday, be safe, be thankful, and enjoy the times with your families. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Hickey?
Good evening, everybody. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Now that we're moving into other holidays, I'm looking forward to all of us spending it with our family and friends and enjoying it to the utmost as we could. I want to let us know it's inevitable that it's probably going to happen. Many people have already reached out. If anybody is interested, my best shoveler, Brendan Welsh, moved away. He cleaned up all the accounts, and every single resident loved him, and it's unfortunate he moved away, but I'm happy for them. Bittersweet. But now I have Jonathan Brook, and he has a couple friends. His phone number, if you need shoveling, is 908-514-7695, and you can also reach out to myself, the Sunnyside page, and we can try and get you as much help as you need. I'm very excited that we are hiring on the fire department. There's many retirements coming up. As Armando said, Councilman Medina said earlier, we had, he was nice enough to include me in helping with this family. And I think for those that know me, know that that is something that's very dear to my heart, and it always keeps me humble because it could happen to any of us tomorrow. Her husband was 39 years old, a 15-year-old daughter, a 5-year-old son, and of course the toys appeased him for a while. But right before we went to deliver there last night, and mind you, in 1 week, we collected probably over $3,000 in gift cards and toys and One resident, Scott Gavitt, gave us a big telescope for the sun, and all he wanted to do was go out in the yard last night in the clouds where he couldn't see a thing and open this telescope, and I'm like, no, you know, maybe my kids are getting older, I have no patience. I'm like, you have to wait, you have to wait. But you know what? She started crying. She speaks barely any English, and her children were beautiful, and she had a small apartment, and it was immaculate, and her children were clean to the T, and it's just sad, sad. She doesn't even know how to use a gift card, so we have people going to help her use her gift card so she can get some groceries and stuff. So we're still taking donations. Any donations are still appreciated. We'll do a round two, but the fire department was extremely generous. They donated a nice check. They donated lots of toys for the little boy that he had all over the house last night. And they also have connections to get her a job placement to work. Her husband was the breadwinner. So she's humble. She doesn't really want anybody to know. And unfortunately, nowadays, you have many people who take advantage of giveaways and stuff around the holidays. And I want everybody to know you really helped us a lot, and you helped a family truly in need. Metro Liquors, I have to give you an extra shout out as well. Every year for casino night, they're extremely generous every single year for the seniors and disabled in the city of Linden. Always donate, and I can't thank them enough. It saves us a lot of money, and it makes us money, so I have to thank them and say what an amazing business they are in the city, because even when I ran September to Remember, they always donated. I have Mr. Bonos here. Several months ago, the mayor spoke about and said that he thought I'd be fabulous for Sid. 2020 is coming, and hopefully that's still happening, since the mayor said I'd be a good fit, and I truly look forward to working with you, Mr. Bono. And I think that is something wonderful, and I know I could do wonderful things on Wood Avenue with you. As you know, many know, I love doing events. I love bringing people together and making things happen. Unfortunately, the past year, things have been a little different on council, and I haven't been able to attend many of the events in the past year. But it isn't something that I'm going to stop doing, and I'm hoping to get more involved again in 2020 when I feel a little more comfortable with our elected officials. And the last thing I just wanted to touch on was early before there were some comments made. And like I said, all of you know out in the city of Linden, myself, my family, we're the biggest givers ever. We were never rich. We're always givers, not takers. And it's unfortunate when you hear individuals try to state that, you know, people don't care, they don't show up, they're not productive. It's a shame. Instead of making comments about that and cyberbullying and this, that, and the other thing, I think if this was my last council meeting, I certainly would have said, thank you. Just 30 seconds. I think I would have actually thanked all my residents. I would have thanked my colleagues, and I would have truly thanked all of you out here if it was my last council meeting. So I think that just what was spoken tonight mentions a lot of words about what's been going on council. And many of you that come here, you know, you may be made fun of because you stand up and speak, but let me tell you, you're on target, and sometimes the truth hurts more than anything. And I want to thank you for coming here and defending the truth, because that is something, as an elected official and a resident of London my entire life, that I will always be here for you, unselfishly, and always willingly to do my best for whatever everyone needs. And I wish you all a very, very happy holiday season, a happy new year, and I'm looking forward to 2020 and getting involved in the city of Linden and many events and good things and relationships on council. And that's kind of my New Year's resolution. Let's get this done and work together and have things done nice. And again, happy holidays, and thank you for always believing in me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Armstead?
Yes, good evening. Let me start with some dates of events coming up. On January 6th, the Linden Multipurpose Center will be having a Municipal Alliance, will be hosting a NARCAM seminar. Again, that's January 6th, the Linden Multipurpose Center. The Municipal Alliance will be hosting a NARCAM seminar from 6 to 8 p.m. January 13th, at the Wilson Park McGilvery Pond Building, they will also be holding a NARCAM seminar. The first 30 people to arrive will be given a sample of NARCAM to keep in their possessions. Also, the Mayor's Youth Commission will be holding their next meeting January 23rd. The Executive Board meeting is at 6 p.m. The General meeting is at 7 p.m. It's open to anyone who wants to join. Meetings are held in the Planning Board room on the 3rd floor, entrance through the rear door, and park on the rooftop of the deck of the parking garage. I'm happy to report that we have a meeting scheduled with New Jersey Transit in the next few weeks to discuss the idea of a public-private partnership to develop our properties along West Elizabeth Avenue, which may include a parking garage, which I'm almost certain will include a parking garage to address some of the parking issues here in Linden. New Jersey Transit and the City of Linden have a shared vision to provide adequate parking and a state-of-the-art mixed-use development. We're also working with New Jersey Transit professionals to decide on the right developer for this project. I want to thank Alex Laspinoso, my Chief of Staff, and my Economic Development person, and Jerry Bishop for being very persistent with NJ Transit to get the ball rolling. Next, yesterday I attended a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and I'm happy to report a new business that has opened at our former Linden House Diner, which is located on Route 27. It's called Some 27. The owner of Some 27 Sandwich Shop is the same owner of the Linden House Diner. It's a young man by the name of Demetrius. I'm confident that this business will continue and sustain another 50 years just like the Linden House Diner. They offer a variety of sandwiches, deli options, burgers, hot dogs, wraps, salads, coffee, and beverages. Please stop by. I was there yesterday, and the food was absolutely delicious. Next, yesterday we had a very serious situation. We had a sewer line collapse. It collapsed on Northwood Avenue. It adversely affected a number of residents. Today, we diligently provided, we found a contractor, and we began repairing the line. We're doing everything humanly possible to alleviate this inconvenience to the residents in the area. I want to talk about some people who are leaving us. Frank Dan. Frank Dan, tonight's his last council meeting. He'll be retiring at the end of this year. Frank Dan was our Department of Public Works Director. I want to thank him for his service. While he may have only been here for a couple of years, he provided an invaluable service to us. He almost single-handedly turned around that department, and I'm happy. It is a much better run department now that Frank Dan has been here. I want everyone to know that we have every intention on continuing in that direction to make sure it is a very productive and efficient operation. We are going to be handing over the responsibility to Nick Patina, who does have his certificate to be, he has his Department of Public Works certificate. Nick will be working very closely with myself, along with Jerry Bishop, who will be sending down to work in unison with Nick to make sure that we can continue the continuity in that particular department. I'd like to thank Greg Imbriaco for his dedicated service to the City of Linden. Greg is retiring. I'd like to also thank Linda Wierzbinski for her dedication to our city. She's also retiring. Frank Chamberlain, who worked in DPW, he's retiring as well, and Tracy Milowski from DPW. All have been very helpful and very professional in their dealings in this city. We will miss them greatly, and I wish them the best in their retirement. Finally, I want to wish Peter Brown all the best. Peter Brown has served as a councilman in the 3rd Ward for a number of years, and over the past few years, it's been no secret that we've been coming in with some tax
Mayor, I'll give you
reductions.
additional time.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I really appreciate it. We've been coming in with some very good budgets, and we've been coming in under budget for the last couple of years. In fact, we've been reducing taxes. I've often said, and we laugh about this, I said that Peter Brown can find a nickel buried in your living room sofa. And that's precisely what he did with regards to our budgets in this town here. Peter Brown has worked very close with me to ensure that we had reduced budgets in this town. Some of you may not like his politics. Some of you may not like him as a person. But the one thing I always say, people lie, numbers don't. And Peter Brown is darn good at what he does when it comes to managing finance. He's been invaluable. I'm going to miss him. I would hope that I'd be able to pick up the phone and call him next year when we start going through our budget process so we can continue to have tax reduction in this town. I challenge every council member on that dais here to dig into the budgets the way Peter Brown has done. Again, you may not like him, but you have to respect his ability to balance a budget. And Peter Brown put forth a 5-year plan that he gave me 5 years ago, and he said, I guarantee you that we'll have tax reduction in this town. And we took his plan into consideration, and it worked. Okay? As the mayor, and I would say as the leader of this city, I got to look at all my team members. And if the object is to get the ball in the end zone and score, you give it to somebody who can get it in the end zone, and that was Peter Brown, and I'm going to miss him as a council member. And again, I hope and pray that I could pick up the phone and call him to get advice as we continue to try to find that nickel that's buried in our living room sofas. God bless you, Peter. I wish you all the best in all your endeavors, and I'm sure you'll be successful wherever you go. Thank you, and once again, everyone, have a happy holiday season. May it bring health and prosperity to your families.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we're going to move on to resolutions 2019-419 through 2019-452. Public comments will be permitted for those specific resolutions to be removed from consent approval. Each member of the public shall be given up to 3 minutes to speak on a resolution that they requested to be removed from the agenda. If you request more than one resolution to be removed, regardless of the number, you will have a total of 5 minutes to speak on all. Again, we ask you to please read the synopsis of the resolutions, which have been prepared by the city clerk's office. Each is informative and self-explanatory. However, if you wish to address a specific resolution, the council will entertain questions on it. Does anyone wish to remove resolutions 2019-419 through 2019-452? Mrs. Malik? $437? 446. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Osborne. 450? 449? 444. 421. Okay. Ms. Vlasic? Okay. What else? Mr. Kaminsky? 419. Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Principato? $449. That's it. Okay, anyone else? Mr. 442. Okay. Yes, Mr. Rivas? 449. Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Malik, we'll start with you. Actually, can we have we'll have discussion. Do you want to be excused? Okay, thank you, Councilman. Could we have a motion on the rest of the resolutions that were not pulled?
Yes, Council President, I offer a motion that the resolution be pulled with the exception of the fourth-mentioned ones that have been pulled, and ask for a second. Second.
All right, can I get that in my mouth?
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
All right. I don't have the full list. I'm abstaining on 452, if that wasn't called or not. I'm going to note 433 and 429.
You abstained on those three, that's it?
No, I'm abstaining on 452. I'm voting no to 433 and 429. And I don't have the full list, so yes to the rest that were not pulled.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
He stepped off.
Medina? Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay, Mrs. Malik?
Here's what I got as the list.
I'll go through all my questions first. In 419, who does this now? You were talking about, is this an annual renewal? Do we award this contract? So let me just go through all the questions first. Do we award this contract annually? In 420, okay, how is this used for, this Eager Beaver trailer? And in 422, what department is this for? On 423, this is so vague. How are we able to put out a resolution that really tells us nothing? What is the purpose of this? How are we to comment on what professionals, what positions? This is a totally useless resolution to show to the public. And on 437, do we have a city plan for this money? And then on 446, what have we gotten back for this money that we're putting out, where they're going to be, we're engaging this association? So for the money that we're giving them, $120,000, what have we gotten back for this money?
Okay. We'll start with 419. That's the ambulance reimbursement system.
Right.
Pasco? Chief Pasco, I should say. Sorry.
Yes, good evening. Yeah, that's for our ambulance reimbursement system, so that's a percentage of the revenue that's brought in through the ambulance. There are billing companies, so they handle all the billing, and they charge a percentage of the fee, and that's what they collect. So that number there, the dollar amount is what the amount would be for the contract for the term.
And this contract is renewed every year?
This one here is for, I believe, 19, 20, and 20, 20 and 21.
So 2 years,
So
okay.
yes, 2 years.
Okay. 420, Mr. Dan, the Eager Beaver trailer.
Cute name.
The Eager Beaver trailer is obviously going to be a new trailer. We purchased an extra wide lawnmower, and it's heavier.
Oh,
and this
okay.
is the heavy duty trailer that goes along with it.
Got it. And for, how much is this? For $20,000? This must be some big lawnmower.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It definitely is.
All right. 22?
422, Mrs. Zach, the state contracts with the Motorola radios. Have information on that?
I just said, what was the department?
This is for the radios. This is for OEM in the police department.
So are these something new? We don't currently have radios for OEM? Is this an additional amount? New ones?
Yes, Ms. Malik, is it 5 new portable radios? We've been very low. When we got the new radio system, OEM, we really didn't get the amount that they were supposed to get, and two vehicle radios, so
Yeah.
5 portables and 2 vehicle radios.
Just good justification.
Okay. 437?
No, 423.
Oh, 423, sorry, Mr. Malik. Mr. Antonelli, that's the resolution regarding the professionals for the calendar year 2020.
Ms. Malik, we do this every year. We go out for what's called a request for qualifications to the various disciplines, engineers, lawyers, appraisers, grant writers, and the like. And
Within the city?
Within the city, and then vendors submit their qualifications through Amory in the purchasing department. She then receives those responses, qualifies them, and puts them on a resolution, which is rather lengthy. Once approved by this council, then it allows us to contract with those vendors if the council so chooses. So it's not awarding any contracts tonight, it's just qualifying
Right.
them.
And if someone in the city wanted to get a hold of this, is this open to the public review? These
Oh, absolutely.
qualifications? Okay,
Absolutely.
good.
Okay, 437, A&A curbing, the amendment to the contract, Mr. Pantina?
Do we have a plan for this?
Yeah, that's extra quantities. So
What was that?
we added extra quantities of concrete in Hagel Park. We were improving Hagel Park. We got new equipment there, and we decided to replace the asphalt sidewalk with concrete.
Okay. And 446?
446, Mrs. Zach? That's the federal and local funding sources.
I mean, for the money that's gone
The
out, I
amendment.
mean, what have we monetarily gotten back for this?
Mueller, Bolin Associates?
For our grants, last year, we had received over $1.7 million in grants. This year, close to $1 million. I'm actually waiting for the grants person to give us a final update because she was in Washington DC last week and in Trenton 2 weeks ago, looking for additional funding. And we just had another meeting that she's looking for more funding to look for technology for our libraries, as well as our various workforce programs.
And this is a contract person, this is from this organization, this association?
Which
The
we
one that
have
you're
the-
just talking about, right? Is
right.
from
The
Bolin
RFQ list.
Associates?
Excuse me?
This person is from Bolin Associates?
Yes, she's the
Okay.
principal.
Nice return, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Malik. Get an opportunity. Mrs. Malik, was this note from you? Okay. I will answer it. Sometimes there's business that changes up here that the note that was given me is, why do I allow sidebar discussions going down during a meeting with our treasurer, our mayor, and a councilman? Sometimes there's issues that need to be, you know, Mr. Antonelli might have additional information that the mayor needs, or vice versa, so that's why we allow that, okay? I ask that the members of the council here kind of stay focused on the audience, but our department heads, a lot of things change. Sometimes the police chief gets a call that something's going on in the city, and the mayor needs to be aware of it. So this is why this happens. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Principato? Resolution 423.
This, the resolution reads, if anyone doesn't have it in front of them. Resolution qualifying certain professionals for certain positions for the calendar year 2020, pursuant to a fair and open process in accordance with blah, NJSA, blah, blah, blah. But what exactly does that mean? It's very vague to me.
Okay, could you ask your other question? comment?
Sorry?
Your other for 449?
Oh, yeah. Can somebody explain to me this resolution here that it's a resolution of the city council to formally censoring Councilwoman Rashana Cosby.
Okay, Mr. Antonelli, will you start with 423, please?
Mr. Principato, as I indicated previously, this resolution is done every year in December. What happens is Anne Marie puts out what we call requests for qualifications for various disciplines that, for which the city may contract in the future for certain needs. So, for example, I'm just looking at it. We have Defense Counsel for Workers' Comp, architectural services, auditing services, bond counsel services, engineering, I said previously, environmental services. So there are a laundry list of services that we go out for. So years ago, before what's called pay-to-play laws were adopted, if it was a professional services contract, one could contract without going through a request for qualification process. Once the legislature created a pay-to-play law, which deals with contributions and what vendors could contribute and cannot, they've given the governing body, in this case, the option to go out for what's called a request for qualification. And essentially, while it's not akin to a bid, because professional services do not require a bid to the lowest responsible bidder, it just allows people to submit, or vendors, I should say, to submit their qualifications. If they meet the qualifications, they get approved by this governing body, and then at some future date and time, you'll see in January, and as we move forward, contracts will be awarded.
All right, Resolution 449, Mr. Antonelli.
I think the description of the resolution speaks for itself. It's a resolution, if approved by this governing body, to censor Councilwoman Rashana Cosby. It relates to actions that she had taken at the last council meeting. So if approved, this would censure her and essentially not punish her, but obviously publicly reprimand her for her conduct last month.
What was that conduct? Because I didn't see it. What was the conduct?
The conducts are, yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, if you, I'm not sure if you saw the
I didn't
meeting
see
on-
it. No, I didn't see it.
Well, there was certain conduct that Ms. Cosby displayed at the council caucus meeting as well as this meeting, for which this resolution has been proposed.
Did she shoulder check someone? Did she call someone a monkey? These are all things that have been done. These are all things that have been done here. Okay? So putting someone's name on a resolution like this is just done to publicly humiliate them, in my opinion, and should not be. You want to be professional? Did she hiss at someone? A resident? Because to be quite honest with you, this is childish. This just shows the level that you guys, you know who you are willing to stoop to. Who came up with this?
Council President, I would want to remind Mr. Principato, he needs to stay within the scope of the resolution, which is the censure resolution before the councilwoman. Any other commentary with regard to what other members of
All right, I
council
asked
have
a
done or
question you
not
didn't
done?
answer that was in the scope.
Is
Who
outside
came
the
up with
scope.
this?
I would
Right.
suggest the video is self-explanatory, Mr. Principato. When you get an opportunity, please go view it.
It can't be worse than what I've witnessed here in years gone by.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Vlasic?
Okay. I guess I'll just ask all my questions first and then start my time. Kelly Blasick, 30 West Curtis Street. So, the same resolution that Mr. Principato was just talking about, 449, the censoring of Roshana Cosby. I just want to find out where, I understand that we're trying to get things in order here in this meeting and in the city in general. And while I can agree that a lot of the council people need to be responsible for what they do when they're up there, I just want to find out what are we going to do, because you obviously don't want to talk about what's happened in the past, although this has been a complete circus, but what are we going to do moving forward then? So if we have this resolution censoring Ms. Cosby today, what is going to be the guidelines going forward for the next time that somebody else speaks inappropriately to a resident, calls a resident a drug addict, hisses at somebody? Like, is this resolution something that we're going to move forward and just not pick and choose who we apply it to? Because if we're going to do it to one person today, then, and it's interesting that you guys are saying to review the video to Mr. Principato that he missed out on. Why don't we review all of the past videos where people were called drug addicts, where people are told to shut up, where people are hissed at? Let's have everybody across the board have some accountability. The second thing, the resolution with strengthening laws against cyberbullying and harassment. There's a lot of talk from people who sit up there about this cyberbullying and harassment, yet, again, we lose our accountability as what is being done by some of the people sitting on that side of that little desk. So are we going to look into strengthening laws that just are where you can pick and choose and apply them to the residents when you don't like what they're saying or when you don't like what they're posting? Or are we going to have some accountability for council people who let things go up on their page that is improper, that is encouraging violence against residents? Is there going to be anything that stipulates maybe they should be, at that point, have some type of censoring or some type of repercussions for their actions? Or is this just going to be a witch hunt against Ms. Cosby? So I'd like to talk about both of them.
Ms. Vlasic, the council discussed this thoroughly in caucus last night. It's going to be across, if you heard Councilman Blaine's report, across the board. You know, what's going on here cannot continue.
So we're backdating this to last month only, to Ms. Cosby's actions.
What happened
But
last month,
can we go back another 2 or 3 months and hold other people accountable as well? Why can we only go back 30 days?
We're moving forward, Ms. Vlasic.
We're moving forward, then we should start censoring and following up on what people say going forward.
We will be. There'll be zero tolerance.
But I'm not talking to you, and you're the first person to talk about being rude. So let me speak.
Councilman, you'll have your opportunity to speak. Councilwoman Cosby, you will also. Okay?
Okay, so who made the decision that we were only going to go back to apply this to the past 30 days and not further than that?
I received many phone calls from many residents in the city of Linden that saw that disgusting display. It cannot continue.
We also had a lot of residents who were disgusted with me being hissed at as well. Yet when I reached out to you, your comment was you were advised by the attorney to say no comment. So why do we? I have it in writing. I have it in messages. You were advised by
Really?
Really?
Council President, point of order. We're doing this back and forth. Only one person should be talking
You
at a
shouldn't be
time.
talking, though, but you're a council person. You're not.
Point of order. Thank you.
Councilman Brown, you'll have your opportunity. As far as the cyberbullying, it's disgusting what's going on in this city.
Oh, you're right.
And across the board, council members are going to be held to a higher standard, as well as the public.
Okay, so
Zero
why do you-
tolerance.
why do
We're
you-
asking the legislator
Okay, but
to
why are
look
you,
at this.
exactly, but when you're banging the gavel or when you're asking people to be removed, aside from Ms. Cosby, there's been other acts from other people sitting up there. You've never had anybody else removed. You've never said, oh, this is your last warning, this is your...
If you look
why
at the
is it-
tape, we called for a vote 3 times from our clerk of Councilman Blaine, who cannot vote. Obviously, we had to do something to get this meeting back into order. So there has to be repercussions for bad behavior.
Exactly, across the board.
There will be.
Okay.
From the dais as well as the public, I promise you. Mr. Hans Herberg?
So, Hans Zerberg, 51 Westover. Let me go over, okay, for 425, resolution declaring surplus certain items not needed for government use and authorizing their sale or disposition. So the question is, when you sell it, is it going back to the general funds, to the city, or appropriate department?
Which, you're on 421?
Hold on, 425, my apologies.
425?
Yeah, it was,
Okay. All right.
actually, I think that was similar, 421 and 25, if I'm not mistaken, it's related.
Okay. We voted for 425 already. You didn't pull 420. 421?
Oh, yeah, correct, I
Okay.
apologize, yeah.
All right. How about 444? Ask
four-
your questions and we'll,
Let me check. 444. This is very exciting. I mean, I'm all for veteran-owned businesses helping each other and also in the community. My question is, who's going to oversee it? I mean, I think it'd be great. I mean, anyone to oversee it. I think it'd be great to have a veteran status. You know, someone who's a veteran that knows the whole system and what's going on. I mean, as long as someone has a military status, I think I respectfully do that. You know, for requirements to oversee that. I mean, it could be someone who served any branches. You know, honorable, or it could be current or retired. You know, whatever that's appropriate. So, you know, that's my recommendation. So I think that'd be great for that.
449?
449. All right, you know, I get along with everyone. I'm just a little concerned about this. I mean, I'm sure a lot of Fifth Ward residents will be concerned. I mean, I understand we're all about free speech, but yes, I agree there are consequences. You know, there's limited boundaries. I mean, I know Ron Paul did state we don't have freedom of speech, so we could talk about the weather. So we do have First Amendment so that we can say very controversial things. I mean, yes, I mean, there are some things people can be careful with, you know, like I agree with cyberbullying or picking on somebody. I mean, limitations, I gotta agree. I mean, there's gotta be a code of conduct for everyone regardless. I mean, I've been here over the years and it's terrible. I've seen everyone talking back to each other, so my concern is I respect all you guys, council members, but seriously, there's professionalism, you know, that needs to be held accountable. You know, I appreciate none of you guys interrupting me, which, you know, I'm thankful for. I mean, it's all about respect, so. I mean, I don't know, the censorship, I mean, I'm looking out for the city, though, and, you know, looking for each of them. I mean, there are a lot of good constituents that cares about the community. I mean, you know, they want to know what's going on in our neighborhoods. So I think, I don't care where you guys from, have issues, but just, you know, don't take it on the people or the public. I mean, because, you know, we elected you guys in the first place, and we're the employers. I mean, we're taxpayers, and, you know, that's why we voted you guys in positions. So I really pray you guys, you know, work out your differences. You know, come on, there's bigger issues out there. And also, too, I agree, there is cyberbullying and harassment going on. You know, guys, respect is taught at home. I don't care, I mean, respect is taught at home. If you're gonna be disrespectful to someone, don't take it on their family and friends. I mean, I've seen a lot happen. Also, a month ago, when you mentioned about cyberbullying, someone sent me a photo, a bunch of people, of myself in the back. I mean, I'm not gonna say names. I mean, I had like 100 people, amount of people messaging me about my back. They said, oh my God, did you gain weight or something? I mean, I don't know why someone like this, though, but hey, you know, I understand, though. I mean, I'm not offended. Yes, I am bothered by it, but seriously, like, everyone's got to work out this cyberbullying issues. I mean, thanks, guys. God bless.
thank you. Mr. Kaminsky, 419?
I think some of the questions were answered. I think I'm going to focus just on that program in general for a moment, just because it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm sure many of us have experienced death in the family, been injured ourselves, had family members injured, and have needed the assistance of an ambulance. There's no time in your life are you weaker physically, emotionally, and this program, the overall program of the ambulance cost and it goes back to the budget too, right? We're talking about these budget games, and sometimes, you know, they're masked by, you know, increasing or instituting fees somewhere else. This being one of them many years ago. We had a volunteer ambulance corps that did a wonderful job until it was disbanded. But this whole program, and again, I speak from experience. My father passed away 7 years ago, it'll be 8 years ago. And my mother, an elderly lady, you know, gets a $750 bill at the time. and it's just the last thing you need to worry about. I think you all should really take a look at this program and revisit it. And when I've spoken to some council folks in the past, like, oh, well, it's revenue. It's revenue. We bilk the insurance company. And again, that's all. It tells you a little bit, gives you a little insight about part of the problems with the insurance and why the costs are so high. But, if we're going to make money off the back, why not look at the courts or people or criminals, people that are doing something bad? Because quite frankly, when you look at some of the fees that I understand are charged in court, some of them are quite low, comparatively speaking, and maybe if we need to raise revenue, we could do it there, not at the back of people that are at their weakest and at their weakest moment in life, some of them.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Lindsay, 442.
Joe Lindsay, 326 Fernwood Terrace, and thank you for allowing me to speak, Council President. The Resolution 442, 2019, thanking Peter Brown for his service to the residents to the 3rd Ward as councilman. I just want to touch a little bit. I've been a resident of the city of Linden for 55 years, and about 20 years ago, I got involved in politics, and I happened to be the campaign manager of the late Joe Hervanik, who just recently passed. Rest in peace, Joe. And we ran against the former councilman, Bolin, and we happened to beat him. And it was very exciting back then. It was good times. And then Joe had about 3 years on the seat, and his legacy was, I think he introduced the garbage can dumping. Way back then, it got started, and because he mentioned in Woodbridge, they started to do it, so then I think Linden started to get on that. He was instrumental in moving the skate park from Dobson Park over to Wheeler Park, because it was bothering the residents over there. And then, and he didn't want to pay the $15 million for the library, for the new library. He said it could be rebuilt. But in any case, then we ran against Peter Brown 3 years later. And I was still Joe Hervanik's campaign manager. And we were old school. Joe was up there in age, and I was old school. I didn't know anything about the computer, this and that, so on and so forth. So we walked door to door campaigning, and we thought we were locked when it came to election day, because we knocked on everybody's door. We had about 70% response, 30% we didn't get in touch with, but that's like a normal thing. And we had about 250 signs. Peter had 5 signs out. We have this locked. He was doing his campaigning through the internet. We didn't know that. We weren't aware of that. Plus, he had Freeholder, Hudak and Sullivan. He had all the big boys out, and they ended up beating us by like 100-something votes, and that was like unbelievable. We were shocked. So signs don't win elections, all right? That was a lesson I learned. But I'm getting to the point where, as a 9th Ward resident, I want to thank Peter Brown, because the mayor touched on the numbers. We had a 0% increase for the last 2 years. I have to live in Linden because I work for the city of Linden. I can't be a resident outside the city, so I have to live with it. So with that 0 increase, I'm happy with it. We have to go to the meetings for the county and the school, because that's where the numbers are rising. But I want to give kudos to Peter, because over the years, I get the budget every single year. Can I speak for another minute? I get the budget every single year.
We usually don't give another minute. If you could just conclude, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I don't know how we get that 0 increase. I talked to Peter on the side. Peter, how'd you do it this year? How did you do it? I don't know how we're going to do it next year. His seat's going to be tough. Those shoes are going to be hard to fill. And I just want to thank him for his service.
Thank you, Mr.
That's all.
Lindsay.
I'll close here. Thank you.
Thank you. You're right. There are going to be tough shoes to fill. Okay. Mr. Rivas?
Good evening, President Council. Good evening,
state
council
your name and
members.
address.
My name is Carlos Rivas, 1415 Hassel Street, resident of the 5th Ward, where Resolution 449 to
Yes.
censoring Councilwoman Roma Cosby is all about, and that's the reason I asked to speak. So, President Council, council members, I may be the first time that I'm in the meetings, but I follow those meetings on video. I follow those meetings on TV, and I have really been seeing throughout the years many things happening in these council meetings where the respect that is needed for many people, not only in this side of the bench, but in this side of the bench too, is something that we learn, and we learn when we were in school, and we will learn to respect the other people's comments. So as I said, this is my first time on a new face here, and for many of you, but believe me, I have probably known you on TV and on videos more than you like, and I see the people who come here and address the councilman. But I wanted to say that with every resolution, we have to be responsible of what do we do and why are these resolutions taking place. So first, let me say that I'm come here to applaud this city council to take a resolution like that, because I have been witnessing the behavior of councilwoman who is my councilman in my ward to be a behavior that is not a behavior that address people with respect. And the reason that I came here, making time out of my busy schedule, I'm a sole provider for my family, I needed to work as well as many others, is because Ms. Roshana Cosby sent me an email explaining not only the resolution that it was going to be taken tonight, but of course, with every right to say that she's going to oppose the resolution. But I want to tell the city council members that I've been knowing the council member for many years, and it is not anything new that you are saying right now and doing this resolution. Unfortunately, my councilwoman in my ward does not have bullies, is dishonest, is unethical, and divide people as she had been doing in school number 4. Why do I know that, ladies and gentlemen? Because when I became a member and a resident citizen of the member city of Linden,
Mr. Rivas, just please stick to the resolution.
I went to through a school for government, and Ms. Cosby shows all the things that this resolution said. So I like to applaud this, and I like to ask this city council to also, based on this resolution, to do some type of resolution also for the way that the public, although we are the people who are what you elected work for us, for the public use this podium. It's not a 5 minutes of fame to come here and say whatever we want. We have to address everybody in that side with respect, as the respect that we expect for this way.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Okay. Can we have a motion on the resolutions not previously removed?
Discussion?
We have a motion first and a second.
Okay.
Councilman Mohammed?
Yes.
No, wait, motion. Motion?
Yeah, Council President, Council President, I make a motion that we adopt resolution. All the remaining resolutions, with the exception of the fourth mentioned resolution, yes. And ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Councilman Mohammed?
Yes. I support the resolution censoring Councilwoman Cosby. She's a wonderful person. And as I said, I will not ever attack her personally, but I attack her ideas. She knows that. She is a very honorable person and an author. I will like to take this opportunity to apologize to her, because I did use 3 years ago the term plantation politics, but she obviously has forgiven me because she's written a book called Plantation Politics, and I intend to buy that book and wish her a happy New Year's. But it has nothing to do with her being a wonderful person. It has nothing to do with that she's a fine person and an author. But it does have a lot to do with that this is a governmental order. And you can't come and disrespect the chair. That's the problem in the United States of America right now. We have people disrespecting parents, people disrespecting governmental officials, people trashing the FBI, people trashing the military, trashing the police. And we can't have people that trash this body that they are members of. I think there should be more censoring of people. And to the young lady there, yes, I support stopping others from engaging in this behavior. So I believe if Ms. Cosby, the councilwoman, the honorable councilwoman from my neighboring ward, would refrain from this behavior. Now, I asked God to forgive her because she said she came from the emergency room. So we don't know what happened in the emergency room, but she had a bad day. But I know she acted out back there. She left the podium. When she was asked to remain quiet, she stood in a belligerent manner. You can't do that in a court of law. They charge you with contempt of court. So we don't have any remedy at our disposal other than a censor. I know she appreciates that as a parent, as a citizen. She has censored her children. So this is not a personal attack. And to anybody who would accuse me of being on a witch hunt, I would never engage in a witch hunt. I would only engage in the finding of facts. And I've witnessed it. I was shocked beyond words. The many years I've been on the planet, I've never seen a governmental body, a governmental official act that way. And yeah, I've seen people do minor things, and they should be censored for that. But the kind of behavior with a chair, the presiding officer, a judge of a court, tell a person to sit down, and they refuse. So, I mean, I also heard you say in the council chamber that they were gunning for you. Now, I'm an observer of gunning. I've come from a city, I've seen people gun against people. And they weren't gunning for you. All we were asking for is order. I've given you nothing but respect and will continue to give you respect. A marvelous person, but I have to censor your behavior. I'm not censoring you. I think you're wonderful. If you grant me an opportunity, I'm going to buy the book, and I appreciate you giving me an honor of using the title. I ask for forgiveness for calling you engaged in politics. Sometimes in politics, in the heat of the battle, we say that. But I would never disrespect you, and I wouldn't expect you to disrespect this council and disrespect this wonderful city. You're a very intelligent woman. You have a lot of decorum. And
We don't take time, and I run this meeting. Thank you.
So that's-
Councilwoman Hickey, are you done, Mr.?
Yes, I am.
Councilman
Thank you, Council President.
We have certain rules. No, I'm calling on you, Councilwoman.
Okay. Well, first of all, I have to tell you, I try to be very fair and look at both sides of the story when it comes to, especially a situation like this. I wasn't at caucus meeting last night. I'm very glad I didn't attend because I heard it was ridiculous as usual. But fairness, transparency, it's something that hasn't existed this entire year on the city council. It hasn't been just politics, it's been cutthroat. It's been, let me destroy your job, let me get you on this account and that account. Councilwoman Cosby, and I'm gonna be blunt, I thought her behavior last month was atrocious. But I've also watched and witnessed and received very inappropriate behavior from others on this council, to my family, to myself. So her outburst last month, it wasn't just about, it was out of frustration. It was out of frustration because she wanted to do something that the majority of council did another month, but she wasn't allowed because, you know, it's only certain individuals, the majority of this council is allowed to do certain things. You know, I'm frustrated. If it was under certain circumstances, I would just vote yes because it was inappropriate behavior. But I feel that due to the behavior of many other elected officials on this council, that this is something that we can start January 1st. I think a warning could have been given to Councilwoman. We could have talked to her, or the council president could have, the mayor could have talked to her, instead of being so rough, very rough. I mean, there's no need to put this in a newspaper, for God's sakes. There's no need to say that you're dishonest, because this woman was frustrated and wanted to voice her opinion. And I told you, I think her actions were inappropriate, but I understand them. Because when you are trying to defend the residents of this city and the public, and you're trying to do the right thing, and you keep getting kicked and kicked and kicked, it's a matter of time before you lose it. Everyone knows that I'm very blunt with the public. This is the first time this past weekend in a year that I even went shopping and bought a pair of new shoes because of the way this council treats other people. And I can't do my job as a council person because of the inappropriate behavior as others. But it's all behind smoke and mirrors, and it's all behind closed doors. And it's all about attacking, belittling, pushing down confidence, and it's all games. And I'm not afraid to say it, because let me tell you, whether I run for council next year and I win or lose, quite frankly, I could care less. I can go and do whatever I want to do. You want to know who's going to lose? Everyone in this city. Because I believe in them, and I believe in the right thing being done. I believe, as Rashana Cosby does most of the time, because I don't agree with her book either. I thought her opinions in her book were very inappropriate, but that was her opinion. And I don't, that's one thing I don't have respect for. But I will say, as far as this goes, this should start January 1. You want to implement new policies, and there's many examples of inappropriate behavior up here. There's plenty of examples of police reports up here. There's plenty of examples of people being feared and intimidated. But yet, because somebody was trying to do the right thing for their residents, they're going to be made to look like a fool and embarrassed and put in when was the last time, for God's sake, somebody's been censored and put in a newspaper? Please, tell me. I mean,
Are you done, Councilwoman?
I mean, well, no, because
I could
I'm
give you
really,
that
let me
answer.
be clear, Mrs. Council President, I'm not answering to Councilman Brown, because he is the biggest con that is on this council.
Councilwoman,
And
please
thank
watch your-
goodness tonight is his last night, because I do feel once he's gone, this city is going to move forward. Financial, I don't believe it. 1 nickel he finds in the couch, 3 nickels in his pocket. So you know what, Councilman Brown? From now on, keep your comments to yourself. But Rashana, Councilwoman, I'm sorry you're being made an example of this month. If it was under other circumstances and we set new rules in place this month, I would certainly vote yes for you to be censored next month. I would. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councilman Brown?
Yes. One, Councilwoman Cosby, not Cosby, Hickey, this is the first time I'm going to address you. You disapproving why we need this
Councilwoman-
resolution.
Councilman
No,
Brown has the floor.
you talk about, and I'm going to address you, look at you and address you. This is your group of people here, right? No, hold on. Councilwoman, I have documentations, folders, hold on.
Councilwoman, I'm going to call you
And
out
I'm
of
asking
order
for respect.
once.
I let you speak. I've talked about it in March. I've talked about it in April. There's a pattern
Point of order, this is
harassment.
about 449, please, Council
I'm-
President.
Everybody
It
has
is.
a
Thank
chance
you.
to discuss.
449?
Yes.
Yes, this is. I'm doing 449
Please
and the
proceed,
7. Thank you.
Councilman.
So when we talk about harassment, bullying, I have several police reports on you, other people that's going to be in the audience. Let me
Councilwoman.
finish. But this is,
This is the second time I'm calling you out of order. You were not at caucus again last night, and obviously you didn't hear what we discussed.
And why wasn't I at
We are not
caucus?
tolerating this anymore,
Why
ma'am.
wasn't I at caucus?
I don't know. I wasn't even given the courtesy of a phone call.
You were sent
Council
an
President.
email saying I felt unsafe, and that's why I was not there.
Council President,
Yes,
permission to speak, please.
yes, please.
I want to remind all members of council, you are not to speak unless you are recognized by the chair. I just asked her for permission, and then I'm speaking, okay? That's the way it works. You
There was a
either-
lesson in council
You either
last night.
agree or disagree with the resolution. In fact, Councilwoman Hickey, you indicated, and my notes indicate, that the councilwoman's conduct last month was atrocious, okay? Those are your words, not mine. So, I want to remind members of council, this has been an ongoing problem okay? Because people talk out of turn, people say what they want to say, and when the council president addresses you, you continue. And I don't mean you personally, I'm talking about members of council, okay? That's the way it works here. We're trying to run a meeting, we're trying to run it in a professional manner. You could agree or disagree with the resolution that's before you, you can make your comments for or against it, that's fine, okay? But when another member of council is speaking, the rest of you need to remain quiet. That's the way it works, okay?
My apologies,
And-
Council President.
And I know the council president doesn't want to throw any member of council out, but don't force her hand.
Exactly.
So,
Please continue, Councilman Brown.
so let's go with the censor. A question was asked, and again, rhetoric versus reality, the truth. Call me a con, here's the truth. 2011, we did talk about censorship. And if anyone, I have a copy here, and this is in writing, we're going to city website, when we talked about censorship, when I was on council, as well as Councilman Cosby, about almost the same issue. And if people remember, back then, we had a special meeting in regards to parliamentary procedures and issues like this. Now, in the minutes that we have, there was a newspaper article, but yet the censorship back then was just dealing with me, if you want to say, not wanting to serve on a committee. It did not involve me disrespecting the chair or disrespecting the council president, walking out of the meeting during a mid-call of a voting, or having to ask to leave the council chamber here. This body, legislative body, is no different than a Congress, congressional legislative body, Senate, Board of Education, where on here we have parliamentary procedures, Robert Rules of Order, and in every form of a legislative body, you have a chair, which is your council, right now is your council president, and that's the way it's always been in Linden. Now, last month, when I wasn't here, you can't blame me for behaviors of somebody else, and we have this blame game as opposed to people taking responsibility. It's in the minutes. When I screwed up, I took responsibility here, and I took responsibility another time. But at the same time, my problem is when you hear words saying, I am not going to be told what to do, I'm not going to do this and everything else like this, it's not a matter of you, it's the city. Everyone's here saying we're tired of this and that, but yet it's only a small group of people who are causing it. You want to blame me? I'm not here next month, but I guarantee you it's going to happen again. I was not here last month, yet the blame goes on me for somebody else's behavior. That doesn't make any sense. I was taught better than this. You have to be responsible for your own behavior. We have you, I'm sorry, up here recording a council, recording an individual here, and no one in the public there thinks it's a problem. If I was to do it, if Lisa was to do it, anybody else here, it's a double standard. So, with that being said, and to further, I'm just going to leave it at this, is that the people who, and I'm sorry, they're exciting the hate and have all these comments, you guys been doing this since 2016, 2017. We got the stuff that's on social media, the same comments that you guys made back then, you guys are making now, and it's a consistent pattern. Come to the table, try to help out. It's just really disheartening and disgusting how these meetings have deteriorated. It starts with the council, I said it here. If we're censoring somebody here, it's based off the behavior that they did on this council, and hopefully the rest of the public will see we need to move forward. So come January, like I said, hate me all you want. Say, video record me, everything else like that, you have a couple more minutes. Come January, there's gonna be no excuse then for anyone not to be professional up here, not to be respectful towards each other. This resolution that we're dealing with sets the tone. Last month was horrible. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of council wish to speak? Okay, Councilwoman?
Full disclosure, I recorded Mr. Rivas because I know that orders were given to only record the people at the podium from the back. I wanted to be clear that your comments were being, so we can see your face and your emotion as you brought the email. Let me tell you something. I send emails to my neighbors all the time. If I oppose something, if it's my opinion, I send it to them all the time. You were always on my email, and this is the first time you came to council. Nice to see you. The last month, and I did apologize. I didn't apologize to you all because by the time I got to the caucus, after all the conversations, this was handed out. And it wasn't in our packet that we got the week before. So I take full responsibility for not stopping when the gavel was banged. But I want you to just pay close attention. It wasn't banged tonight on anybody, right? Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, I bet you 2 cents it get banged on me. I bet you right now. Let me tell you something. There was no time limit given to anybody, right? So I'm getting ready to have at it. This is hate. Resolution 449 is hate. And to be clear, when we had a conversation last night, I was told it's specific to my behavior in the public meeting, not in the conference meeting. So either you're taking what happened in the back when we're always told, this is where you hash it out, right? And I was ordered to take my seat. And if you look at the minutes, which I have a copy of, I was ordered to take my seat because I stood up. I don't want to sit for 6 hours. I'm not the only person who stands up and walks around the meeting or stands up, to just stand up. Last night, Councilman Brown never sat down. And then he tiptoed out and didn't even say, good night, anything. And I'm not lying, okay? The caucus meetings are public as well, just so everybody knows that. I did make some notes. But on the resolution, and so to the point here, Mrs. Vlasic's point, we have witnessed way more poor behavior than me just not stopping to talk. Yes, we have, and it's been expressed. 2 months ago, a councilman had the gavel banged twice. He was called out of order twice. The difference, however, is last month I turned to the council president. I said, well, how many times are you going to say that? Do you want me to leave? Well, you can leave. And I said, whoa, I've been dismissed. Wow. I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it. So Councilman Brown said he had a psychologist review the video, and not the big black girl was intimidating the council president. He didn't say those words, but that's what he inferred, you see? Because I clapped my hands, it was somehow hostile. And it wasn't. But I'll tell you what it was not. It wasn't dishonest, as this here resolution says I was being. So let me read it to you, because what you got was a small synopsis. This is a resolution, like I said, that was handed out at the conference meeting. It was not given to us at the, a week in advance, like we're supposed to get. And I get it. But real quick, a little background. And there's a video on YouTube on my Facebook page that I posted just as evidence. I think it was September 2015, whatever the date is, we did talk about censure. I don't know what Councilman Brown was talking about, because we never had a resolution drawn up until 2015. Council President Alvarez drew up a resolution to censure Mayor Armstead because he was letting the employees go early, right? The conference meeting minutes, I posted also on Facebook, so everybody can see that, because there's always a paper trail. What ultimately happened was the grown-ups in the room said, you know what? Let's just agree that as the CEO of the city, you'll confer with us, because our policy clearly said the city council and the mayor. And you can watch the video for yourself. It was what it was. He had his people come, like he planted Carlos here tonight to come for me with the, my councilwoman is horrible type of nonsense. But the mayor said in the meeting, he wasn't being arrogant, but he was the mayor, and he felt like, if he felt like it was going to be an early dismissal, he was going to do what he needed to do. There was no more talk about censure. Censure is a public shaming, and it's done for political reasons, right? It's also done to cause me alarm. I've been on the council, and let me tell you something. I started in 2011. I have worked on myself tremendously, and last month I should have never came. I should have never believed anything that you guys told me. I was gonna get a fair opportunity for my resolution to be presented as far as the investigation. I should have never came. So in hindsight, I should have never came, but it's okay. I was here. I take full responsibility for not stopping when the gavel was banged on me, right? But I know I was never gonna get my point across. Anyway, so that's what happened. So when you watch the video, watch it from that perspective, okay? Not that I'm having a tantrum, not getting my way. I never get my way, and I'm okay with that. But I still need and believe that it's my right to get the information, the truth out to the public, okay? A lot of people watch the meetings and they don't show up, but they do watch and they do call. So here it goes. This is hate. This is what hate is right here. And it's a personal attack on me. But it's okay because the reason they're doing this is because they learned it and they encourage it with the city employees too. So a resolution of the City Council of the City of Linden formally censoring Councilwoman Rashana Cosby, sponsored by Councilwoman Michelle Yamakaitis. Whereas, it is imperative that every member of the City Council conducts themselves with high standards of honesty, integrity, and ethical conduct. And whereas the last City Council meeting on November 12th, Councilwoman Rashana Cosby acted in blatant disregard of the city rules, failed to heed orders of the council president, continued to speak after roll call, and acted in a way that was unbecoming of a council member. And this is the last part that is actually factual. That's the only part of this resolution that I agree with. I'm not the only person who's ever not shut up when the gavel was banged. Go back 2 months, go back 3 months. So we're singling me out, why? All right, I'll tell you why. It's hate and envy. Anyway, I did continue trying in vain to make my point and was repeatedly denied and eventually I was asked to leave the dais by the council president. The resolution continues. Whereas it has been determined by this honorable body that this type of vitriol behavior, what in the name of the Almighty is cruel and bitter in me not yielding to the chair, right? So they say I'm cruel by not yielding. Is divisive. So there was already a disagreement at hand. I didn't cause the disagreement. And it didn't cause a disagreement at the meeting. They say I was dishonest. Anyone who knows me or who has attended a council meeting or watched one city council meeting knows that I'm the main person calling for transparent and honest government. In this case, at the meeting, I'm not sure what I was being dishonest about. In fact, this resolution is a sham in itself. The resolution continues. My behavior was poisonous, really, to the residents of the city of Linden. Poisonous? Okay. The resolution goes on, whereas Robert's Rules of Order state an organization or assembly has the right to make and enforce its own rules and to require its members refrain from conduct injurious to the organization or its purpose. And so these are my comments about that section. And there should not be selective enforcement of this rule. The sudden fear that I will injure an organization's goals and the need to formally censure me for these overblown charges is ridiculous. Anyone can go back to last month's meeting and other meetings under the council president's purview since 2019 and see that she has been consistently selective in who she calls out of order and for what reasons. So the resolution continues. Whereas Robert's Rules of Order lists formal censure and allows for disciplinary action which a body may use regarding the conduct of one of its own members. And so Linden has not censored anyone since I've been coming to council in 20 years. This is distasteful, a distasteful way to sully my name and reputation, and a clear abuse of power, period. Whereas upon executing the oath of office, each member of the city council swears to uphold the constitutional oath of office, which states that he or she will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state. So these words that I'm going to say right now and the laws and ordinances of the city of Linden don't appear in the oath of office that we take. The oath continues, and I will bear fair, true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state under the authority of the people. That's what it really says, okay? So they're adding and embellishing to make you believe that I am the worst Negro, which Councilwoman Ormond referred to an incident back in June of 2012 when she claimed I was going to leap over the dais. Not true again. Watch the video. I posted that on Facebook as well. Don't make it to believe like I'm like a maniac or something like that. I'm not. I'm very passionate, but you're not going to sully my name. Rock on with this. I promise you. Because somebody asked the question, what do you do next month or 2 months from now when it happens? What you do is you need to have 6 votes, and I don't have them. How about that? So if somebody acts out, you won't get the same treatment. I promise you. Okay? Let me finish reading the resolution because this is a mess. So, anyway, another attempt to make the general public believe that I am some sort of villain. Lisa Ormond even referred to me as a mad woman last night at the meeting, and I'm truly insulted that the language here in this resolution would have you believe that I would run around a council meeting menacing people, yelling at people in the public, or being erratic on the dais. That has been done in the past, but by Peter Brown. It's not acceptable, but there was no censure, okay? What's wrong? Whereas one of the governing principles upon which our nation is founded is the rule of law, which means that the law is uniformly applied to all citizens, and no individual citizen has status above the law. And I beg to differ in this case. The rule of our meeting gives all authority to the council president, who unfortunately, in my opinion, is not capable of compartmentalizing her personal feelings and has proven that not only routinely, and she can't be routinely an objective magistrate. And whereas, the resolution continues, Robert's Rules of Order states the purpose of formal censure is to correct conduct and behavior. This man said I censured my children. I've never publicly reprimanded or spanked my children. That's what this is right here, okay? And oh boy, anyway. It really is, to embarrass me and attempt to stifle me from getting the truth out to the general public. Be it therefore resolved by the city council, and so whoever the voting members are, I don't know who they're gonna be, City of Linden, that Councilwoman Cosby's conduct and behavior be set forth in greater detail wherein above, but there really is no great detail, I agree, I should have stopped talking, but dishonest, cruel, all that poisonous, like, are you kidding? Unethical, it says here. Anyway, my behavior violates the highest standards of honesty, integrity, and ethical conduct. Well, I'll tell you this, I will not subscribe to groupthink or bullying. I will not be controlled. And the resolutions are supposed to be published in the newspaper, the city official newspaper. So that's 3 newspapers, right? And I'm sure, people are gonna go out like, hey, what happened, whatever, anyway. Resolutions are only published in the newspaper when they are required to be by the written resolution. This is per the city clerk when I asked a question last night. I would ask the sponsor and or the author why they feel the need to memorialize this poppycock if they were worried about the city's reputation as they moaned about last night at the meeting. So last night at the meeting, let me just tell you, I felt some kind of way. I really did. And it is what it is. And I'm like thinking, was I that bad? I should have shut up. I'm not the only person who's never shut up. Why is it that this way or that way, but you are trained on me? Let me tell you something. I sat there and I talked to that woman right there last month. We were whispering to one another. I watched the video. You couldn't hear a word I said. Or the next thing I knew was, you're out of order. So I blew up like, I'm whispering. Now I'm out of order. Officers, take her out. Bam, I'm going. It's okay. It was the end of the meeting. I didn't want to leave because I wanted to stay and finish, but I was dismissed and ejected from the dais because I had been called out of order twice. And those are the rules. So I followed the rules. But what really got me last night was listening to the people defend their decision to write only my name in this. If you would have put the city council members of, this could have been just like a resolution to say that we're not going to tolerate this anymore, but to single me out is a direct attack, and I feel that in my heart. For real. So I'm never going to be quiet. I'm going to stick to my whatever number of minutes that I'm given. If my time is over, I'm going to shut up, but I'm still going to continue to speak the truth. But to be called a wild woman last night in the meeting, and then to have another council member admit to mumbling, shut up, well, maybe I shouldn't have mumbled, shut up, or hissed at it, whatever, and made a joke of it. That's not what, So where's that censure? What are we doing here? It is what it is. But whoever's listening and watching, I'm telling you right now, the no tolerance rule for next month is going to be, we'll see. We'll see. Because if I say something that they don't like, bam, shut up. And I'm going to have to shut up, right? So if you have any interest whatsoever in listening to last night's folks defending their decision, calling me belligerent, calling me a wild woman, I don't know, all the other stuff they were saying in the meeting, I posted it on my Facebook, on SoundCloud. I mean, it is what it is. But this right here is wrong. It's disgusting. I'm sorry. I wrote a book. Don't get mad at me because, it is what it is. Don't get mad at me because I'm consistent in my nonsense, if you want to call it that. I don't waver, and I can't be bought, period. So the folks who come here, I appreciate you coming. Just to be clear, next month you can't ask a question on the resolution because they're changing the rules.
We were just talking about the resolution.
Oh, the resolutions. Okay, well, this resolution, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to express myself because last night that wasn't the case. There was like a gang, and there was nothing for me. I couldn't defend myself with the gang. So now we're in public, and it is what it is. So.
Are you through?
No, I just want to thank Mr. Rivas for coming again to the meeting because of Fifth Ward. And I hope the mayor caught that comment that you made that you're the sole provider because I'm sure there's a job that you're expected for somebody in your family. That's my comments.
Anyone else on the dais wish to speak? Yes, Councilman Blaine?
I want to make perfectly clear that there are some words in the resolution that not only I disagree with, Councilwoman Orman also spoke up last night to disagree with. I don't agree with the word dishonest because I don't believe nothing Rashana said was dishonest. I don't believe in the word poisonous because I think that's a harsh word. However, I do not believe the behavior that we saw was acceptable. And I will tell you with integrity and honesty that I am totally frustrated and been frustrated for months with other members of the council speaking and behaving disrespectful to the council president. And I would also, going forward, to see their names under censorship. I don't believe in a one-way road. This thing goes both ways. If you're gonna censor her, you better start censoring some other folks that do the same thing. And I will stand behind my words as I'm talking to the public and you guys right now. If this continues, I will back the censorship of other members of council, regardless of where they sit, from one all the way to the end, because I'm here for the people. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Orman?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for your honesty, Councilman Blaine, because I was definitely against a lot of the words, but to hear the other side of it, I was probably the ringleader. But no, I spoke up too about some of the words and the verbiage that I really felt was just not really in the spirit of what the censure should be about. It's not about one of us making a comment about an employee and why he got his job, or whatever he did in his past. It's not about a hiss. I'm like, it's purely about the blatant disrespect when the council president is trying to run a meeting. I mean, we're here till 11 o'clock, and this is just totally ridiculous that these meetings are such a zoo and they take so long. We have to look at this as being a job. We get paid as council members, but if we sat up there, and I can't say about your job or when you work for the government or whatever other positions, but I work for corporate America, and if I opened my mouth when my boss was in the middle of a statement, I'd get a pink slip, and I wouldn't get severance. But we have a totally different standard when you work for corporate America and you're accountable to shareholders. We're at-will employees. We will get terminated. So we have to look at this as being a job, a business meeting, and when the council president says you're out of order, we are to stand down and shut our mouths. So like I said, it's not, we all have said something snarky when somebody up the podium comes and disrespects us, because it is both ways. It is both ways. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been a public figure since 2007, and I've never had anybody come up to the podium and disrespect me. Never, until this year. So yeah, I was wrong. And I wanna completely apologize to my family and to my friends who saw me in a manner that they have never seen me like before. I've always been grace under fire. I've always spoken well and been, just very, very polished in my mannerisms. So for my daughter to see me behave this way, I feel bad. Kira, you didn't deserve to see your mother like this. And I think about that all the time. But the bottom line is, this is a business meeting, and when the person who's trying to run the meeting can't officially or effectively run the meeting, we need to rethink what we're doing here. And I'm gonna just call it like it is. We had Council President Bobby Bunk. I don't think anybody would have even remotely tried that crap on him, because he probably would have taken the gavel and hit you with it. That man was an awesome council president. He was powerful and he was strong, and no one tried to run over him like a Mack truck. He just wasn't gonna have it. So with that being said, we need to give the same respect to anyone who sits in that chair who is trying to run a meeting to the best of their ability. But once again, Councilman Blaine, I thank you completely, because like I said, I definitely opposed some of the wording in that also, but you would have never believed it. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Council. We're moving forward. I'd like to make my comment now. As Councilwoman Orman said, when Council President Bunk sat here, he probably would have thrown the gavel at some of the individuals up here. But as Councilwoman Cosby said, if you see, the tone was quieted down here a little bit tonight because we have repercussions for bad behavior. The word dishonest, everybody up here on this dais raised their hand and swore on a Bible to uphold the rules and regulations of the country, as well as the ordinances and resolutions of this city. And by behaving in the manner that's been going on up here, we are being dishonest to the residents that put us in these seats. It's got to stop. And by not having any repercussions, we're going to go into 2020 with the same nonsense going on. People yelling down the dais. Yes, everybody has been guilty up here. I shouldn't say everybody. There has been some, but last month, I asked every council member to ask for a copy of that tape and review it. We hit an all-time low in the city of Linden when we have somebody screaming from the back of a council member, an elected official, having to be removed from the council chambers. So I'm asking council, it's up to us to set the tone up here, all right? We have rules and regulations, and there was a discussion last night, again. It's up to us to set the tone here for this meeting. respect, we have to start respecting our audience as well as each other up here. And, you know, this is not a nice thing to do. Do you think I like doing this? But as I believe, if you have to have repercussions for behaviors, otherwise they are going to continue, and this cannot continue into 2020. Last meeting was disgusting. It was atrocious. It was an embarrassment to the city of Linden, and I would not want to be the elected official that was removed from the chambers like that. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to please call for a roll call.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Crosby?
No.
Strano?
Yes to all those resolutions.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
No on 449 and yes to the remainder.
Hickey?
No on 449 and yes to the rest of the remainder.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes to all. Okay, comments from members. There are no ordinances on first reading, so we're going to move on to comments from members of the public in attendance, not to exceed 5 minutes. I'm going to start with Mr. Halloran.
Craig Halloran, 120 Donaldson Place. First of all, I want to wish everybody here, including my fellow citizens of Linden, a happy holidays to whatever applies. Because I don't know what applies for everybody. Second of all, I'd like to thank the City Council and city employees for putting up with my inquiries, questions, and comments during the year, and I'm looking forward to working with you again next year. I'd also like to thank Frank Dan for his fine work for us in the city. Councilman Brown, I wish you well. I am looking forward to seeing you at meetings as a private citizen. I know we may have had our differences at times, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. Okay, I said any comments I had to say last night at the caucus meeting, and again, I enjoy coming here because I always learn. I get definitions of laws. I learn so much. It's one of the many reasons why I come here. Okay, but again, I encourage all the citizens of Linden, hey, you got time, come out. This is your governing body. We voted for them. Okay, let's come out and see how this governing body does their job. I encourage people to come out. I encourage people to come to the caucus meetings. I hope we have enough people at the caucus meetings and the council meetings that they have to go to the high school auditorium. I'd love to see that. But let's all work together. We have a new year coming up, and let's all work together. We're all here for the same thing, and that's to make this city the great city that we all know it is, and we're trying for that in our own way. So, again, I've had my comments during the year, and I do wish everybody happy holidays. And please, let's all work together. Thank you. Have a great holiday, everyone.
Okay, Hans Herberg.
Hans Herberg, 51 Westover. Anyway, I want to wish everyone happy holidays. Also, guys, let's not forget there are also men and women who are going to be working during the holidays, including troops who are overseas or away from their families. So let's try not to forget about it because, they're the reason why, we have values in this country, in the first place. So let's remember and thank our veterans. Also, too, I hope my meeting earlier today didn't upset any members of the council and community. Like, I'm just a concerned citizen. I just want to show up and find out what's going on, learn a lot for the community, but I just feel like not myself, but members, community, pretty much, we owe you guys owe us an apology kind of thing. I just, with all the fighting back and forth, it's creating a lot of stress. I do apologize on that one, but it's very respectful. Everyone's fighting back and forth in front of members of the community, and Also, too, I just want to question, I mean, I know it's not an open question, but, I mean, is there a reason why we have camera in the back, though, instead of front? I mean, people just look at me from behind, though, and, you know, that's, I don't know, it's just something weird about it. You know, I know people look at us by face on cameras instead of looking from our rear, you know, excuse my language on that, so. Also, too, I've noticed, I don't know if anybody brought this up, I mean, I know in Linden, we had a couple of incidents. You know, first we had an officer that got involved in a motor vehicle accident. You know, hey, I'm also, you know, arsonist who assaulted the officers. Hey, I mean, I'm glad everyone's okay, but seriously, I mean, respect your first responders. You know, seriously, they're here to keep us safe. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, my prayer's always out for the heroes out there, but also, too, we had a lot of incident, including Jersey City. My prayer sent out Detective Joseph Seals and also those that's been affected. You know, thoughts and prayers sent out, but seriously, guys, in this world, there's no room for hate. I mean, we gotta work together, get along. I mean, it's all about responsibility, integrity, and valor. And we need to go back to who we are, respect each other. You know, come on. We need to do what's best for the community and each other. I mean, social media is a big issue, but seriously, I mean, there's bigger issues out there than personal issues. I mean, also, Mr. Brown, I do thank you. I mean, I know you and I had a couple other people had great conversations, though. I mean, I never have issues, but, you know, I do, you know, thank you for, I mean, I know you had a conversation about support for responders, so I do thank you on that. And also thank, you know, 101.5 for, you know, giving recognition to the city of Linden, you know, after all the incidents they did in less than a day or two. So I think that's really amazing, though. So anyway, guys, I hope everyone has a safe holidays to Linden. Be safe, be kind, and please, if anybody see a package porch thieves, not gonna happen. All right, take care.
Thank you. Ed Kaminsky?
Good evening, Ed Kaminsky, Maple Avenue. Just want to ask the question. I've asked the last couple of months, haven't got an answer, just to see where we are with the revamping of the legal department. Again, I'm going under the assumption, since the crack committee got together and passed forward some pretty serious allegations, that the overall lack of leadership and destructive behavior in the legal department would be addressed. So definitely want an update on that, because it is critical, especially in that very critical department. Want folks, obviously, they're big in the news, and because we're building a lot of apartment buildings, and there's a lot of for rent signs, more and more popping up every day too, and half-empty buildings. They're in the news this week. New York City, they created a problem, then they shipped it off to Jersey. Newark, 1,200 families. Other area cities as well. Just want you all to look into or give an update on what the impact to Linden is of New York City shipping their welfare families over. So that would be very interesting. Mr. Blaine, welcome aboard. You definitely had your talking points down last month. This month, was impressed. Words are always a good thing. They set the tone. I'm the type of guy, though, that once the words and the actions match, that's great. Not that I'm saying anything against you. That would be unfair. You just started. I'm actually encouraged by the things you said and done. However, the rubber's going to meet the road. You know, so if you're going up there, just going to say things, just make sure you follow through, because the city needs it, quite frankly. One thing stood out at me. Obviously, I said had my say with regards to the IT dilemma that Linden has and the reorganization. I'm not going to rehash that. One thing that stood out at me, though, from council all the way down, was how, when it was mentioned that the mayor is the head of the police department, how that was greatly diminished. I think there were some comments even said, oh, just kind of like a figurehead or just some policy stuff. Yet a year and a half ago, when they were up for a 40% raise, which is a bit egregious. I'm not against anyone getting a raise, but hey, come on, you know, let's throw some water on our face. Everybody was saying that he deserved it because he's a department head. So which is it, folks? And I'm not looking at the mayor. He put it out there. He got what he wanted. That's fine. But I'm looking at the people now tonight that fought so hardly and yet are talking out the opposite side of their mouth tonight. So would like some explanations there too. So I just got a couple of minutes left, and I'm always one, even though it's not popular, to talk about injustices. And I'm going to talk about Mr. Kaczynski and what happened to his wife. It is inhumane. It's all over, I'm not going to rehash it, it's all over social media, and it's all played out there, but his wife had an accident, was hurt, face purple, and people just walked by her and left her there. That is so disgusting and disturbing to me that I had a visceral reaction like most of us did. So, as I was seeing the comments on social media, I'm not there all the time, but I do see it. I offered when it did come up, when the rabbi said he wanted to meet with the community to I guess, get ahead of it, I offered. Some of you know I spoke to some of you on the dais. All I heard back was crickets. So I was shocked to even see that there were some that actually tried to defend these inhumane actions upon this poor and injured woman, or lessen them. At least the report was that the rabbi did acknowledge how wrong these actions were. I commend that small step forward. The right thing to do, however, would have been for those involved to stand up, fess up, and apologize, not hide behind others. Unfortunately, others can't make them do that. I wish this community the best. I hope all in it eventually understand and hopefully decide to integrate and be a productive, welcoming, and giving segment of the broader Sunnyside and Linden community. We need it. But what happened was disgusting, and there's no excuse for it. And I wish at some point, at this point, I think everybody wants the water to go under the bridge. However, it was just, especially in this holiday time, just to see people act like that and treat their fellow human beings like that, and it just be left without being addressed was disgusting to me, or lessened. Thank you very much. Have a happy New Year, prosperous New Year, and Merry Christmas to all.
Thank you, Mr. Kaminsky. Virginia Malik?
She asked me to tell you she had to leave, but she will bring it up next month.
Okay, thank you. Diego Azevedo?
Diego Azevedo, 30 West Curtis. Everybody's been mentioning inappropriate, how you guys appear inappropriate, so I want to play.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing much. How are you?
Good. I got something good for you.
What's up?
All right, listen. I know where you are right now, and I get it. And if I was to provide you a video of the fellow councilman that you support doing cocaine, what are you going to say to that?
I don't know. That's really not my business.
Laughing.
But I understand that, but if it was Mayor Onstead, you would say something about it, wouldn't you?
Okay, so you're calling a private citizen right now for what, Alex?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, if I was to provide you a video of this situation, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I'd probably have to analyze the video and see for myself.
But if the video was 100% accurate, what are you going to say?
I don't know. Would my opinion matter so much?
Because you're a guru, my friend.
What did you say?
You're a guru. I mean, come on, let's be real. I mean, you've got a good following, and the people believe you. But if I was to provide you something that was to go against of everything you're saying right now, I mean, are you gonna?
Hold on,
yeah?
Alex. What did I say right now? If this is true, first of all, you didn't say who it was, so I don't know.
Well, but I'm just in true terms.
So you're saying a council person I support. So I mean, what do you mean by support? Because I'm pretty much neutral.
I mean, come on, I can't get out of here. You're not neutral, John.
You're welcome to continue with a comment.
Excuse me?
You're welcome to continue with a comment.
That's his chief of staff reaching out to a citizen, kind of blackmailing. So how is that not inappropriate? I don't care who he's talking about or what the situation is, just the act in general. How is that appropriate? I figured I'd have these faces.
Thank you. Mislon? Mayor Armstead? Please, you're out of order.
Anthony Mislin, 444 Inwood Road. The point of this meeting basically was to talk about the professionalism or lack thereof and decorum of these meetings. And from the beginning of this meeting, it's lacked that from the very beginning. What has changed from the last year? Nothing at all. You still have councilmen arguing with people in the general attendance. We have other councilmen sleeping. Right now, there's people with their eyes closed, showing no respect to you guys up there or to us. Why should we, you want us to face you, to respect you as the chair. But the people at home are looking at our backs after spending 10 years being able to see who's speaking without a single shred of information as to why that happened. And when Mr. Principato tried to face everyone so now we don't have our backs to them, he was told not to do that. So where's the decorum in that or the professionalism? Last month it was people clipping their nails, showing absolute disregard for anybody on the bench or out here. Mr. Mayor, just was called out of order. Never once did you bang the gavel. If it was Ms. Cosby, she probably would have been kicked out. And you wonder why things are going so badly in this city. You guys don't respect each other, you don't respect us. Why should we respect you? Anyone in here? Diago gets 5 minutes. You tried to cut him off. Mr. Kazar last month decided to stand here, be absolutely silent, while everyone made faces, rolled their eyes, looked around. You act like we can't see your faces. They can't see mine because I'm not able to face them. Neither is anybody else here. Your facial expressions say a lot of things, and your demeanor in here. Mr. Brown has his head down, with his hand over his head. I don't even know why. All right, thank you. Have a good one. Merry Christmas.
Kelly Vlasic? John Principato?
John Principato. In the words of Jackie Childs, who's a renowned attorney, some people may know who he is, some people may not. This is totally inappropriate. It's lewd, lascivious, salacious, and outrageous. That's what this is. I'm going to continue with my face facing the camera. If you don't want me to do that, if you want to throw me out, it's my right to stand anywhere I want. Like we said before, I pay the taxes. I pay all your salaries in one way, shape, or form. And if you don't like that, then that's your problem. That's something that you need to deal with. And I'm not turning my back on you to be disrespectful to you, but I'm going to turn my back and face the camera to be respectful to the people at home.
Mr. Principato, you were up here making public comment. I'm going to ask you to please turn around and face the dais.
I want to show everyone a book that
Mr. Principato, you're out of order.
Roshana Cosby wrote.
Council President, if I may as well.
Yes,
The
Mr.
council
Antonelli.
rules require Mr. Principato to
This
address
is-
the council when you look at
This
the...
is,
But, Sir, I've been recognized
Okay,
by the chair.
I'm going to address you.
Mr. Principato,
I'm gonna address
Sir, I
you.
could call you out of order as well. And if he
Sir,
continues, I
Anyway,
would suggest you
this book is-
remove him
It's
from
a
the
very
meeting.
informative book on politics and a lot that go on in the city of Linden.
Ridiculous.
I don't think it's a good idea because, I mean, I don't think the city wants a lawsuit over me being ejected for no reason at all.
Mr. Mr. Principato, you were asked
Anyway.
to turn around and face the dais. You were called out of order twice. As we discussed in caucus, council members agreed. This is not going to be tolerated. Roger Levy, please come forward. Officers, he needs to be removed.
He needs to be removed.
He needs to be removed, officers.
Let's go.
Mr. Levy, Roger Levy. Danny, hit the camera. Yes. Mr. Levy, I apologize. Please proceed. Yes. Will you please turn the mic on, sir?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I come to you as a member of the Friends of Linden Airport. I am a pilot, and I have an aircraft at Linden Municipal Airport. As you know, Linden Municipal Airport is an economic asset for our community. The Friends of Linden Airport, Incorporated, a New Jersey nonprofit corporation, was formed in 2018 to protect and promote the airport and to help educate and inform policymakers and citizens of Linden. It's our understanding that the city is only collecting enough rent from the airport's contractor manager to pay debt service on past bonds. If so, then no money remains available to pay the routine costs of maintaining an airport. We speak now to request the city to initiate a full financial audit of the airport, including all revenues being received by the airport's contractor manager, Linden Aviation Management. The citizens of Linden deserve to know how much money is being generated by the airport and how much of that money is going into the pocket of a contractor instead of being reinvested in the community. The Friends of Linden Airport also seek an explanation from the City Council regarding Linden Aviation Management's 25-year lease renewal, which occurred shortly after the Federal Aviation Administration identified several violations by management of federal airport requirements. We're also very disturbed about the city's heavy-handed action against Thomas Madden.
Councilwoman, please. We have a speaker up here.
I didn't do it on purpose.
So we're very disturbed by the heavy-handed action against Thomas Madden based on his insurance coverage status. Mr. Madden is a highly skilled pilot, flight instructor, and longtime airport tenant. We believe the airport manager encouraged the city to take this action because Mr. Madden raised legitimate concerns to the city about the lack of financial integrity and management of the airport, and not because Mr. Madden lacked insurance, which was never a requirement until now. As you may know, Mr. Madden was summoned to Union County Superior Court on 24 hours' notice and not given a chance to seek legal counsel. The one-sided hearing apparently resulted in banning Mr. Madden from the airport, despite the lack of any evidence that he poses any immediate or future danger to the city's constituents or property. We respectfully request that the City Council bring transparency to this issue and make public the finances of Linden Airport, which is a jewel to our community. We appreciate your time and attention to this request. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Tom Madden?
My name is Tom Madden. For the record, I'm a licensed and certified mechanic and flight instructor. I'm a supervisor. Pardon me?
Please give your address.
7 Donna Place. I'm a supervisor for a major airline where I got 36 years' experience. I have a spotless record. That means I'm saying no safety or legal actions. I'm a volunteer at Linden Airport and a member of AOPA, which is the largest civil aviation group in the world. As a rep at the airport, it's my duty to call out actions on behalf of the community and the airport. All right? I reported on these conditions to the FAA. They found 11 of my counts were accurate and needed corrective actions. And during the site inspection, they found 4 more. Let's see. To the city's credit, they had a corrective action plan 3 or 4 years after my complaints went in. But despite the obstruction and non-cooperation of the airport contract manager, the manager who now has a 25-year increase to his contract, even though he was under that investigation, now the manager encouraged me to be evicted from the airport is a retaliatory move. I mean, really. Whether I end up staying or going, I urge the city to do an audit of the airport, the finances, and where the money's going. And what I'm going to tell you about the runway lights, I heard you're going to do something new about the runway lights. We haven't heard about that. But the runway lights have to be turned on 5 to 10 miles before you get to the airport. You can only turn them on at 2. That's a problem in low visibility and low ceilings for pilots. That's probably was a factor in what caused Mike Schloss to crash at Colonia, which is what caused everybody to blow up here. But we still have deer on the runway. I mean, I saw a herd of deer, like 9 of them, running in a row. This is crazy. We're in aluminum aircraft. It's not like steel, like your car. If we hit that, someone's going to get hurt. So there's that problem. You have to hold your contractor to his contract. He's getting carte blanche. He's getting carte blanche right now. You hired an attorney, Justin Marchetta, paid $20,000 for that attorney. What he told us, because we went to see him, was the same thing I'm telling you. You're liable for this if something happens. I'm really glad that you're going to do something about the lighting, because Mike was a friend of mine. But and I can't understand why you did that grant moratorium. Why did you put a grant moratorium on? And how are you paying for these runway lights now? It makes no sense. So, I was the only mechanic at Linden Airport. You created a vacuum, all right? You better get somebody there to do maintenance, because now people are flying. They're calling me up. I had one guy call me up. He said, I got a dead battery. I said, I can't help you. I said, I'm going to try to fix it myself. He took off. He came back in the dead of night with no electrical power. That's a serious problem. So I don't know what you're doing, but you're causing more problems than you're fixing. I'm telling you that right now. And Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Kathy Vejte? I know if I'm Vejte, I'm sorry. Please state your name and address for the record. Please state your name and address for the record.
Kathy Vete, 140 Charlotte Place, Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 07632. I am here with Linden Airport, Friends of Linden Airport. I am a pilot and aircraft owner with my airplane based at Linden, and I've been there for, it's probably going on 6 years, but I also started to fly there, and that's going back 17, 18 years. Since I have had my airplane, Tom Madden has helped me out in situations where the plane was disabled. He mentions a dead battery. I had starting issues, and he found out that my spark plugs were pretty much burned out. One wasn't even firing. He changed the spark plugs for me. I had brake issues, and you just can't take off with brakes that don't work, because I know I'm going to be landing at another airport at 60 miles an hour. Not having brakes is not a good idea. Tom is a FAA certified A&P mechanic. That's airframe and power plant. That means the body of the airplane and the engine, the thing that pushes it. I was appalled at the meeting in September, I think, when the municipal attorney came out with a statement about Tom that he wasn't licensed to maintain aircraft. And then Tom was shouted down when he tried to respond to that on his way back to the chair, to the seat. I say that's nothing short of a defamatory statement, and it needs to be corrected. In aviation, we speak more of certificated as opposed to licensed, but he has been a licensed mechanic for a long time. Tens of years, decades. The fact that he spoke up about maintenance issues was definitely in order. Even as late as the spring and summer, the last couple of years, the grass was almost up to my knees on the ramp. It looked like it was going to turn into a grass runway. And you know the bugs that are in there that bite you when you're like getting ready, the plane ready to fly? Mosquitoes. I mean, we're talking not a healthy situation. Airport lights, surprisingly not working. The beacon, which shows you where an airport is and the kind of airport, whether it's a land airport, a sea airport, or a military airport, not working. Can you imagine coming into Linden from the air and the sea of lights to pick out a runway, a 4,000-foot runway, is very difficult. When the beacon's not working, you can't even focus on which direction to look for the airport. When the runway lights don't work, when the taxi lights don't work, you have no way of knowing where you're going to land. I had a nightmare of an experience with that several years ago. Fortunately, I lived to tell the tale. And as Tom said, as far as the lights not going on, they're supposed to go on. They're controlled in the cockpit with a switch. They're supposed to go on when you're 10 miles out. It should pick up that signal. And it's not always consistent with that. One winter, I went out. One of the first winters I had the plane, I was gung-ho. I was going to clean the snow off it. It was about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. I walk through
Ma'am,
the
your
gate.
time is up.
30 seconds?
We don't allow extra time. You can come
Okay.
back next month if you would like. Thank you. Michael, I'm going to spell this last name, Zsilgvetz. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Please just state your
Get a
name
lot
and
of that.
address.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Michael Zilovets. I am of 145 Luther Avenue in the Hope Lawn section of Woodbridge Township, New Jersey. I would like to say right now I'm also a member of the Friends of Linden Airport, and it's recently come to my attention that one of our members, Tom Madden, has come under some scrutiny and litigation recently. As a private pilot and an airframe and power plant mechanic myself, and a friend and associate of said member, I feel that I need to respond. Earlier, a few of our members read some statements on behalf of themselves and the group as a whole, and with regard to those statements, I could say without doubt I'm in full agreement with those statements and feel that they're 100% true with regards to events described. And I would like to add a few of my own thoughts and observations. As an aircraft mechanic, Tom and I, we work in a tightly regulated environment under regulations and scrutiny that most other trades will never experience. Aircraft maintenance is not only prudent, it's also mandatory in that the FAA requires certain types of inspections at certain intervals in order to maintain the airworthiness of an aircraft. Having known Mr. Madden for the better part of 20 years, including all his work habits and ethical policies, I do not for 1 minute believe any of these charges that have been leveled against him. In fact, given the past record of at least one of his accusers, I feel these charges are completely fabricated and have been filed in retaliation due to his work with the Friends of Linden and his work of trying to make positive change and transparency at the airport. People, as far as I'm concerned, the people who've made these accusations are not qualified in any way, shape, or form to make a determination as to whether or not Tom Madden's work is unsafe. Quite frankly, given management's policies, no other operator has taken on the task to provide the necessary maintenance to the aircraft owners and operators of Linden Airport. The fact that elements within the airport and the city of Linden have now become weaponized to crush any dissent to their rule is disturbing, but not unexpected. We, the Friends of Linden Airport, hope those in the city who have befriended our cause will hear our concerns and work with us to help not only stop this frivolous vendetta, but also in our quest to seek a more open and transparent airport that will benefit this community. That's all I have to say. Kathy, you want what's left of my time to finish what you guys say?
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Mr. Mack?
In the name of God, the beneficent, the most merciful, thee do we serve and do we seek for help. Oh my God, in the city of Linden, please help us and show us the straight way, the way in whom there have restored favors, and not along the way in whom their wrath has been brought down. Know of those who have heard their teaching and gone astray. With their grace, make me free of wanting that which is besides thee. First and foremost, I would like to point out on behalf with the mayor and the chief of police, I was notified that in the city of Linden here today that we have 40 officers traveled to Jersey City. Am I right about that? All right. We have 40 officers from the city of Linden to travel to Jersey City to give there and show watch the language, to show the respect for the city of Linden through the tragedy that they went through. And I personally believe that we as a peoples, and to our chief, which he was not able to be there because he had other appointments, but he sent 40 officers over there on our behalf. I just want to say thank you, Chief, for your kind consideration. We thank you so much. on behalf of the peoples and humanity. I also want to say, as a family, in this district of the city of Linden, as a family, we are growing apart from each other as family. I'm talking every ward in the city of Linden right now. As the city of Linden, we are growing apart as a family. And we are growing apart from the policies, the principles and policies and rules of our own self. I talk to y'all all year long about respect yourself. Somewhere I read, a wise man cannot embarrass foolish people. But if foolish people can embarrass a wise man, think about that. You need to chew on that. Because as long as I have worked on Wood Avenue and throughout the city of Linden since 1964, in the city of Linden, which many of you know as you travel through it, forth in the city of Linden, Elizabeth Avenue and Wood Avenue, you find me somewhere in the percentage of that area. And one of the things that we established at Uppercuts Barbershop was principles, policies, and rules. We must respect ourselves there because we serve humanity. We serve the peoples in the city of Linden. We got pizza places there. We got restaurants there. We got bagel shops there. We never, I haven't seen it yet, might happen tonight. I have never seen a violent situation on the corner of Elizabeth Avenue in between Uppercuts Barbershop because the tone has been set. Ain't gonna be tolerated. Ain't gonna tolerate that. What I'm saying here, I told y'all all during the year, we should be talking about to the chief of police, to the mayor, to our fire department, public work. We should be wishing everyone a great holiday season. 25 minutes to 12 at a council meeting. When we ain't said anything about where everybody have a nice Christmas and let's get into the spirit that Almighty God set for us. No, we into the devil's house. No respect for yourself and no respect for no one else. 2020, right around the corner. Let's go forth. Let this year be done. So praise be to God. Let this year be done. And take an oath to yourself. Raise your hand to yourself and say you ain't going to do it next year. We're not going to be disrespectful next year. May God bless you and heaven smile on you.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Okay, can we have a motion to close the public comment section?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to close the public comments and ask for a second, please.
I second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Mohammed?
Yes.
Cosby?
Yes.
Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Okay, comments from members of the governing body, 1 minute. Okay, Councilman Strano, I'll start with you.
I just wanted to make a mention and wanted to congratulate the new hires in our DPW, police department, and our fire department. And I want to congratulate all those who are on that retirement list and congratulate them on their retirements and wish them the best, including my favorite department head. I'm going to pick him out, Frank Dan. And just that Frank and I go back a long time, and I know I'll still be seeing him around, and I hope I still see him around. And the same goes for Peter Brown. Peter, I'm sure you're not going anywhere, and I am glad for that. And just want to wish everybody happy holidays again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mohammed?
Yes, I just first of all want to thank the Honorable Peter Brown for his service. One of the first political figures I met when I moved to Linden some years ago. And also, I want to thank the Honorable Frank Dan, who's originally, my ancestors are from the state of Wisconsin, and who served honorably as the director of the Department of Public Works. I also would like to refrain from using such language as whitemailing or blackmailing and talk about people's children in this chamber. Let's have respect for ourselves. Let's have respect for this country. Let's have respect for this body. God bless each of you. Happy holidays and a very happy and prosperous New Year's.
Councilwoman Ormond?
Yes, Frank Dan, I just want to wish you well. Thank you for your service to our community. Thank you for making a difference in the way our DPW does their business. You will always be remembered as someone who made a mark. Peter Brown, it's been real. I just want to wish you the best. I have to honestly say, there are some very smart people in the world, but I consider you brilliant when it comes to finance. I learned a lot from you in that area. I will miss you. I'm not going to miss the bantering back and forth and some of those things, you know, but I just want to also just thank you. Your heart was always in the right place.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. Councilwoman Cosby?
So, I have officially been censored, but I want you all, and those of you who may be watching at home, to replay this meeting and you watch who doesn't get the gavel banged on them, right? In this meeting here, when we're talking about censoring somebody. And my main point I wanted to say was, if you, as an elected official, have to vote on something you don't agree with, why wasn't it taken off and edited and changed like everything else is? So if you voted, then you agree with the language that's here, because guess what? It's going in the newspaper, and I hope when it goes in the newspaper that the vote count goes with it, so that the people who are reading it are clear.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Brown?
Yes. I want to say this to the end. No, this is the time I should be thanking residents of the 3rd Ward. I think I have over 4,600 in my ward, and throughout the 10 years, a couple, maybe 2 or 3 have come up. I see Helen here, Julian. Those are the residents. What I always loved was getting those phone calls from the residents who cared about the ward. They were the eyes and ears of the ward. That's the secret, is listening to the positive people who really do want to care. They'll call you, they'll tell you what's going on. And then, you know, not just the people who are on the dines, but the department heads who have known or developed relationships with, is when you come together and work together as a team, black out the negativity, you know, and focus on real tangible results. The city has a lot of potential, and the city is moving forward. Regardless of what we see in this council meeting, you can't you can't ignore the facts. We have more events, the budget's in better shape, we've hired more police officers, more firefighters, we have more people moving to towns, and property values have increased. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the dais? Okay. Councilman Brown, I know I will not read the body of this. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service. You served for 9 years here on the council. Many of us could step back and remember when we were in a budget crisis, we were talking about laying off employees, firemen, public works. People like to make jokes, but you took it to heart. You wanted to make sure everybody kept their jobs. We revamped this whole city, and you were an integral part of that. And I thank you for your service. I apologize that your last year had to be so horrible the way you were treated, you and your family. I can't write that for you, but somewhere down the line, there's going to be good things happening for you. And I wish you the best, and you and your family. Okay? The following council meetings will be as followed. Council conference meeting prior to the council meeting, Monday, December 30th, 2019, at 6 p.m. in the council conference. Room, City Hall. Council meeting Monday, December 30th, 7 p.m. in the council chambers, City Hall. The reorganization meeting of the 2020 council will be as follows. Council conference meeting prior to the council meeting, Tuesday, January 7th, 2020, at 6 p.m. in the council conference room. Reorganization meeting Tuesday, January 7th, 2020, at 7 p.m. in the council chambers. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Mrs. Ormond?
Yes.
Javik?
Yes.
Brown? Mohammed?
Yes.
Crosby? Strano?
Yes.
Blaine?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Hickey?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes.